fucking god. Sorry that took so long. I might have accidentally fucking spilt the first cup of coffee I made. Anyway, so I have coffee now. Fuck my life. Round 2. God, it's been such a slow fucking morning for me. I'm dead. Yeah. Yeah, rip to the first cup. Yeah, I'm here finally. What's up? What's up? What's the body count on coffee? This is the first cup today, or this is the first cup I'm having today. Not the first one I made. Thank you, thank you. Oh, it's hot still. I want to drink it. Nice. My morning has been just kind of whatever, I guess. Yeah, I woke up at like... When did I even wake up? Like 11? I don't know. I stayed up till fucking 3. I started rewatching Assassination Classroom, and I forgot how fucking funny it was. So I'm rewatching that. And yeah, I'm not wearing I'm wearing a crop top right now. Oh, Bobs. Snacky for Bobs. Snacky for Bobs. Snacky for Bobs. Oh, Bob Snacky. Do you like Bob Snacky? Do you want the Bob Snacky? A Bob Snacky. A Bob Snacky. Okay, I'm gonna give 2 to Floppa so he can run away with them. I'll give. Okay, there. And there's the second one. Good girl, Popos. Oh! You can get it, Popos. I hold it still. Get right here, Popos. You can get it, Popos. Good girl, Popos. Yeah, Popos. Yeah, well, my natural voice is a lot deeper, so instead of talking like this, which is just like a character voice I do, it's not like my actual voice in any sense. It's funny because like I've always had like a girl voice, even before I even realized. Which is so fucking funny. It's still hot, fuck. Oshinoko? I don't think so. Nah, it's kind of overcast today, unfortunately. It's supposed to get better tomorrow, I think. Let's see, what's the weather forecast? What is it? Yeah, tomorrow is supposed to be 70s. Nice. Tomorrow and Wednesday. And then it rains for like a week. No. I don't want it to. Oh, and then it's sunny for a week. Okay. And then it's just sunny in general. Bet. Okay. So there's like there's 2 sunny days, and then we got a week of rain, and then we got summer. Hell yeah. Let's go. The first episode is movie length? Wait, what is it? Yeah, it's the same shirt. It's built on. You're not excited for the hot weather? Really, I am. I'm excited for it. Why keep doing it? Ugh. Listen, any son I will have, any son I can take. I've always liked girls and guys. That's not really a thing that has changed. So. Did it? I've been kind of offline a lot this last bit. This last, like, few days. I saw the drama with it. It seems like he's a piece of shit, so I'm not very invested. Like, it seems fairly cut and dry. Like, maybe it's, like, not as cut and dry as it seems, or there's, like, slightly more context or something, but at the same time, it's, like, I don't really think any context could really justify the behavior, so, you know. There might be more context, and at the same time, I don't think it changes my opinion. Like, don't yell at your barefoot pregnant wife. Maybe. It's like, I feel like that's a low bar to stop, not Oliver Tree. God fucking damn it. Why do I keep doing this? Fuck. Dude, it's usually raining here. To be fair, I just, you know, enjoy the sun when I have it. Everyone wants to hear something creepy. Sure. What? What? Oh, the hearts. Those are fun. Oliver Tree does get around. This is true. Yeah, anyone who's like kind of whole spiel is like, this is how you live the proper life, is usually a piece of shit. Generally. Yeah, I'm in Washington. I need to change my profile picture on YouTube. Why? But I like that picture. I could take a new bunny hat picture though. NASA used to explore the sea. Now they're trying to get us off this planet. What they find down there? Well, not much, because most of the sea is unexplored, so. Yeah. If you were a girl and you fucked girls, you would be a what are you talking about? Be for real. What? Bruh. What is chat right now? I swear to fucking God. Yeah, it's way easier to explore the solar system, weirdly enough. I feel like a lot of you need to go watch my fucking pinned video and then come back. Go watch the video that's pinned on my on YouTube. The like, what's it called? The one that's that one. Cause I was born in 95. It's how math works. Oh, Bubbles! Why are you in the closet, Bubbles? Suspicious in the closet puppy. What are you doing in the closet, Bubbles? Oh my god. She's hiding in the closet. She needs to come out. My day kind of just started. Not a woman, but thanks. The first OnlyFans pics on the moon, that's funny. Someone needs to get on that shit. Can't you like pay? At least you can pay to enter orbit now, can't you? Or was that like a one-time thing? I don't keep up. I'm not keeping up. I'm not gonna lie. But I feel like you could just at least do one in like the atmosphere. Like fuck the Mile High Club. Someone already did that? Well shit, I don't know. The intro song is a copyright free thing just from the YouTube audio library. I don't remember which one it is. It might be linked in the description, maybe, if I remember to do that. But it's, yeah, it's just under the YouTube music. I don't know, are you a dude? I don't know if it's gay. I don't know what you are. You tell me. I don't really think much of Elliot Page. I don't really see anything from them. Good for them, I guess. Like, I don't. I think nothing. Oh my god. Send only women to Mars to avoid sex? So how so about that. Avoid pregnancy, maybe. Sure. But let's see. I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah, the lesbians are taking over Mars, is what I'm hearing. Hell yeah, go for the lesbians. They deserve their own planet. Oh my fucking god. Go watch the pinned video before asking questions I've already answered, you dumb motherfuckers. I swear to God. Swear to God. I'm not answering shit that's been answered. Because that's boring for everyone here, because everyone else already knows the answer. Well, judging by the percentage of younger generations that are gay, we just gotta get those numbers up, boys. We'll take over. Okay, fine. I'll link it. I'll link it because everyone's stupid. Fuck. Making me get up on another tab and shit. Fuck. Okay. Here you go. Link. Okay, you link. Okay, all of you linked it. Good job. You beat me. Fuck. Nobody. Look at him. He's so cute. You're scared that a bunch of lesbians are gonna come to your house and beat you up. You said that like it's a bad thing. I want them to come beat me up. Beat me up next. How do I pin it to chat? Ooh. Okay. Nice. Cool. Pinned. Bet. Now you guys can go watch it. Thank you. My favorite coffee. Usually I just get I'm lazy. But I usually just get like Starbucks instant coffee because I'm lazy as shit. Although this is instant UCC coffee that I got from the Asian market, and honestly it's kind of slaps, so I might stick with this instead. We've talked about this before. That's so fucking funny. Right, I'm like, where's the lesbians to come beat me up? Where are they at? We're just hanging out. Oh, I was thinking I could work more on those pants that I started decorating for Pride. I was thinking I could do that. That could be a thing that we could do during stream. But yeah. No, I tend to be, I like either black coffee, but I like, if I'm gonna have black coffee, it's gotta be like drip from like a dive bar. Specifically, that's like always the best coffee for some reason, and it's always like $1 and it's like endless refills. That shit fucks. Anyway, other than that, usually what do I do it? I usually just add like creamer, but I usually add like extra vanilla. And I'll add salt to the creamer, so it's like salted creamer. And then I just add that to my coffee. And it's yummy. So it's sort of like a latte, sort of. Listen, for some reason, dive bar coffee just hits different. It's so good. Can I ride motorcycles? I've never tried to. Okay, well, don't go to like a gross dive bar. Go to like a hole-in-the-wall dive bar that like still makes good food. Like, not one that needs to have the health inspector. There's a difference. Okay, cause like, have you ever gone to like a boba tea shop and they have like the cheese foam? Like the cheese foam topping from boba shops? It's pretty much what that is. It's like salted whipped cream. So I just use coffee creamer and then I like froth it and I add salt and like extra vanilla because I like it super vanilla-y. But don't use too much. You just want a little bit, but it brings out the flavor. You don't want it to taste salty. It just like adds like a little bit of like punch to the flavor. I don't know. It's so fucking good though. It doesn't taste salty though. That would be weird. If there's a glory hole in the wall, that's probably the wrong dive bar. My go-to boba order is usually I usually get a tiramisu. Well, I have like 3 go-tos. One, I get a tiramisu milk tea with cheese foam on it, and usually no toppings in that one. And then I'll go for lavender with rose jelly in it, like a lavender milk tea with rose jelly, because I love the fucking jelly topping. That one's so fucking good. And then the last one I get is like this mango smoothie that has like the boba is like chunks of like actual mango in it, and that one's super good, and that also has cheese foam on top, and that's really fucking yummy. Mm-hmm. True, that's a gay dive bar. I feel like if you're sticking your dick in a glory hole, you have to assume the worst, no? Like, why would you think, like, like, why would you think it's a hot girl? A hot girl's not gonna do that. I'm sorry. They don't hang out at those places unless they're being paid. I don't know, Hellfire sounds kind of warm and toasty. I'm gonna be real. Is Satan gonna sodomize me? Because that sounds fun. Sign me up. Sodomize me next, thank you. Yeah, the sex museum is real. I haven't been. I want to go. It has a glory hole whack-a-mole game. That sounds so fun. The fuck? I want to go. Just Indiana Jones that shit. Yeah. Let's put that away before I hurt myself. Extra brimstone for me too, please. I am extremely gay, yes. Fuck me in the ass, please. I need to stop before YouTube gets mad at me. Oh, speaking of which, though, let me show you the pants. Ooh. Put the blankie away. It's fucking cold. I'm gonna shut the door. I think it's kind of cold. Here's the door open. Hold up. Fucking cold, but sorry. Where'd it go? Okay. I want to decorate these more because they're fun. I have to hide the bad words from YouTube on it though, because there's a few bad words on it. Where are the bad words? I don't remember. Oh, that's where. No, it's not aesthetic, it's ironic. Obviously. If I could hang it upside down, I would have, but it doesn't hang that way. Listen, I tried. The Calvin Kleins are so comfy. It's kind of kinky, I'm not gonna lie. Cross, low key. That's the point, dumbass. You must be new here. I swear to God. Oh my God, you're using Christianity as an aesthetic. Yeah, I also used it as a porn plot. Where's the Bible? I don't remember where I put it. You know what? I just realized I should use the Bible. I should find the Bible first. It's somewhere. But I should use it as, I'll like strap it down so it doesn't like flap open. But I'll use it to suction a dildo too. And then I could fuck the Bible. That would be funny. That's the next Bible study plot. Oh my God, I'm a genius. Hold on, I'm writing this down. Okay, got my notes. Fucking drop them immediately. Fuck. Okay. Okay. Suction dildo to Bible equals Bible study plot. That would be so funny. I wonder if they have... I'm like, I know there's this one website that has like cross dildos. I wonder if that's still a thing. And I need to remember what site it is. Is it Bad Dragon? It's not Bad Dragon, is it? So who the fuck has the cross dildos? Gene, you're probably right. Stop. It's kind of fruity. Bitch, I don't know what you're trying to get me to say, but what? Yeah, they have them. See, I would do it, but one of the groups is not gonna murder me, so, well, you know. They'll try, but they'll do, like, try to do it, like, legally in, like, other ways. They'll try to, like, outlaw me. That's how the one group will try to kill me. The other group would just actually do it, so, you know. Safety first. But I'm not above making fun of any religion, so we're clear. All right, how should we decorate these pants? I think we should do the rainbow ones first. Let's see, where are the bad words? Oop, should not have folded that direction. Whoopsie, I'm an idiot. Okay, I gotta fix that, I guess. Hey, why did I do that? Alright, well, I'll just fix that really quick. Ah. accidentally pulled some of the puffy paint up because these jeans are good quality, so it doesn't stick super well. All right, guess we're decorating the other one since this wants to be fucking annoying. Gay. Whatever. Okay, these ones it is. Cedric Diggory. What is happening in chat? No, we just broke up. It was mutual though. He still lives here, so. Why would you fuck the book? Because it's funny. Hey dude. Doing good. No, it actually wasn't. Now I'm afraid oh right, I didn't decorate the front of these. The back of these are decorated. Oh wait, I need to these are the ones I need to hide. Wait, should I fold them over? Inside? Like, how do I hide these? I don't know how to hide it. Like this? Anyway, no, we're decorating these ones. These ones. The fun stuff on the butt. I mean, like, not really, no. I was a girl when I made those videos, so no. Plus, I was cosplaying, it was a girl. I was playing a girl character, so, like, again, no. When I make girl videos in the future, like, I'll still be playing a girl character. Like, the video is acting. These ones aren't for pride. These ones are just for me. Oh fuck, they're gonna fall. They're gonna fall out. If any of you report me for the slur on my pants, I will be mad. Don't do it. Don't be a snitch. No snitching. Okay. Actually, if I'm just decorating the front and I don't show you the back of them, then I think we're fine. Yeah. That's what we'll do. We'll just have it be the front. How am I gonna decorate these? Exactly. True. Okay. Hey, bubbles. Are you cute bubbles? So let's see. The back I did was kind of inspired by just like random keyboard symbols and like emojis. Are you cry bubbles? Why you cry bubbles? The cry bubbles. Wait. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Bellevue people can be fucking annoying. This is true. Every time I go to the mall there, I have to deal with their driving and I'm like, oh my god.
Can I pick you up? Can we be friends? Why do you run away? Why do you run away? Be my friend. Be my puppy friend. Be my puppy friend.
That's a bubbles. Puppy friend. You're my puppy friend. the puppy friend.
It's a puppy friend. Little puppos. Puppy friend puppos. You're a good dog. Yeah, you sleepy dog.
Hey, coffee's not for Bubbles. I don't know why she, like, insists on trying to smell my coffee, because dogs can't have coffee. And she loves the smell of it.
Don't you, Popeyes? You like the smell of coffee, the Popeyes? Yeah, you a good dog? Are you a good dog? Is it Popeyes?
Am I not scared of what?
Eh.
Indigo's my real name. It's your legal stimulant. You know what's crazy? Is I watched a documentary, and I didn't realize this, but at one point coffee was, like, outlawed, and it was, like, treated like alcohol and shit. I didn't know this. But I guess, like, I don't remember exactly, because I watched this, like, a fucking year ago. But it had something to do with, like, coffee shops being where, like, people would gather to come up with, like, political schemes and stuff, so they wanted to shut them down because it was, like, making it so people would, like, have an uprising and shit like that. Which, like, okay. I'm definitely gonna get hair in my eyes. I already got one on my face somewhere. It was, like, forever ago.
Hi, baby.
Pupples is not committing any sins. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's just a Popeyes. It's a Popeyes. It's a Popeyes.
I know, right? Well, I mean, I guess they did make them stop putting actual Coke in it, so there's that.
You went down. I love you. We are friends. We are friends. Op, 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 op. Boop, boop, boop. Whee! There you go. You're free. Free Pupples. Free Pupples. Free Pupples.
Actually, that's not true. Pupples commits sins constantly. She's constantly stealing. Not to harp on this conversation again, but I am a nihilist. So, like, most likely we just end up in the fucking dirt, my guy. Like, most likely nothing happens. So, but I'm really open for all the possibilities. I live with no regrets. I think I'll be able to put up with any of the outcomes. Reincarnation sounds chill. Hell, heaven situation, I would really love to hang out with Satan. So personally, I would be fine with that shit. Honestly, I think heaven sounds kind of fucking boring. Don't want to go there. If nothing happens, nothing happens. I'm sure there's other possibilities, but, like, I'm fine with them all. I'm fine with none of them. I don't care. Monty! No, sorry, bro. It's too soon. I'm not going out with anyone. I feel like Satan would be a gamer because gaming is addicting as shit. the pants. She wants to lay on the pants. So if nothing happens after death, we should live our days 100%. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I do that. Some days my 100% is just fucking laying in bed, though. Because that's all I want to do. And that is a fulfilling thing. I think the difference is, like, if I died now, I would have already led a fulfilling life in my eyes. Like, my career and, like, relationships and everything is already very fulfilling to me. So, like, I'm already satisfied. I'm already happy. So, yeah. I'm chilling. I guess I would like to fully transition first. That'd be great if I could finish doing that first. But, like, I think I'd die happy at this point. Like, listen, I never thought I would make it to this age. Getting past, like, 25 was a real wake-up call for me. I was like, shit, this is going on way longer than I fucking thought it would. Holy fuck, what the hell? Like, we're still here for some reason. God damn it. So, yeah, I don't think you understand the type of life I have led. Stuff like that doesn't get to me or matter. Like, I definitely wish I wanted to go on longer because, like, I'm having fun, so, you know. I have boys. And because the boys would miss me. Exactly. It's all DLC. Like, I got past the high school, college pack. We entered adulthood. I pay taxes now. And that's pretty much it. Like, woo! Oh, I do want to do DMT before I die, though. Possibly as I'm dying. I think that would be a fun way to go out if I could choose. That would be my ideal way to exit the planet, so just in case anyone wants to take notes. Satan's the one who kills people for fun? I mean, yeah, but who is he killing for fun, though? Who is he killing? Is he killing bad guys? Is he killing murderers and rapists and pedophiles? Because let him cook, okay? That's all I'm saying. Justice has to come from somewhere, and if it's gotta be from Satan, let him fucking do it. Yeah, I know, but that's why I want extra DMT. I want to enhance the experience. Exactly. Supersize the DMT dose. Give me some mushrooms and acid, maybe. Give me a whole, like, mixture. You don't think bad guys exist. Spoken like someone who's never met bad guys. I promise you they fucking exist. I've met them. And, yeah. I feel like people who have that mindset have lived a very privileged life. I haven't heard from Shrek in a while, no. DMT is a drug that's like... I'm trying to figure out how to explain this to someone who doesn't do drugs. It's like acid, but more. It's like if weed is acid, then DMT is heroin. Does that make sense? It makes you hallucinate and shit. Personally, I would really like to see the DMT goblins or whatever the fuck, the little, like, creatures that people always talk about seeing. Because I get, like, crazy hallucinations when I do acid, so I know that that shit would go way hard on DMT because I have, like, a very vivid, active imagination. So, I think that would be a fun experience, but I also think it might fuck me up, so I would want to do it on my way out. Just in case. You know? You never know what's gonna happen with that shit. Well, no, because, like, people know, like, that, like, weed is not at the same level that heroin is. That's what, like, I think normal people still understand the distinction between those two things. But people don't know as much about, like, hallucinogens, which technically weed is also, but we'll not go there. You did? Bitch! What was it like? Tell us. The thing that I also don't like about DMT is it's such a short-lived high. So, like, what I would do is I would take a mixture of mushrooms and acid. Then, at the peak of that high, I would smoke DMT. Or have, like, some type of, like, air chamber where it was constantly being given to me, so I'm just, like, breathing in it. That's how I want to go out, okay? Which country allows for this? Does one of the European countries that feel like something that feels like something they would allow for?
It's your peppers. It's still not time, baby. Still not time. You've got like an hour. I love you though. You're such a very good boy. Hey,
Intravenous DMT, exactly. Fuck salvia. No, absolutely fucking not. No, don't ever do that. Also, spice. Don't do spice. Don't do spice. Whatever you fucking do, don't do spice. Oh my god. Just smoke weed like a normal person. Don't do spice. I watched my ex-boyfriend do spice. Not my, like, recent one, but, like, forever. Like, fucking 10 years ago. I watched him do spice, and he straight up went comatose. It was terrifying. Straight up, I thought I was gonna have to fucking call his parents and be like, yeah, so your son did some drugs and he is now, like, a vegetable. That's, like, it was that bad. It was so bad. He was, like, straight up drooling and didn't remember his own name anymore. It was so fucking bad. Thankfully, like, 3 hours later, he was better, but, like, don't do it. Never do it. It's terrifying. Like, genuinely terrifying. And he's, like, really good with doing drugs. Like, he would do acid frequently and shit, and he could handle that shit like nothing. But spice fucked him up that hard. Like, don't do it. He was comatose for the whole 3 fucking hours. But it was like he wasn't fully comatose. He was, like, still awake. But he was, like, he couldn't fucking talk or, like, function. Like, all of his executive function had shut off. It was insane. Like, I have never seen that type of reaction. And I've been around a lot of people doing drugs, and that shit was terrifying. Oh my god, I've never been as scared as then. Like, fuck that. Fuck that. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Ugh. Wait, okay, wait. Let me... Oh, more snackish. Okay, for more. Okay, let me read though. I wanna... Okay. You were... Okay. That's the first one. Alright, let me read it. You were told to close your eyes and lay back. It legit felt like you were sitting there for an hour, but it was only 5 minutes and you were pretty sure you saw God or something. Yeah, exactly. That's why I want to fucking do it. Sounds fun. Yeah, well, that's what everyone talks about, seeing like these little like gremlin, goblin, like entities, like some type of like little spiritual fairy bitches. Everyone has a different name for it. My closest somewhat experience to like hitting like that type of a wall with doing drugs was when I did acid and mushrooms at the same time, and I like hit up against the like picture puzzle pattern door type shit, if you know what I'm talking about. That shit was crazy. Best experience though. Do not regret. Oh my god, he drove? Fuck. Yeah, I love Yu-Gi-Oh, but fuck, he drove? Fuck that. I would normally not generalize, however, I've never seen someone have a good experience with spice. Even if it wasn't that bad, I've never seen someone have a good experience. So I feel like that's kind of telling. Plus, it's just supposed to be like synthetic marijuana. Just fucking buy weed. It's legal in a lot of states now. Just buy it in a store where it's regulated. Like, god damn it. Mushrooms is fun, I agree. You think you're an alcoholic? Well, that's dangerous. You should definitely seek help for that, because that one's a scary one to be dependent on, because you can't just like stop drinking cold turkey, because that will not end well. Good night. You played No Man's Sky on shrooms? Bro. I didn't really hallucinate when I did mushrooms. I saw like fractals. They were like different fractals than you get from doing acid though. They were like more like grimy. I don't know how to describe it. It felt more like an how do I describe it? The fractals on acid feel like almost like an oil spill, whereas the ones when you're on mushrooms feel how do I describe it? It feels like moss. I don't know how to like I don't know how to describe it, but it's like a moist feeling. I don't know. It's like moist. Like the feeling of the word moist. I don't know. Something like that. It's weird. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. They should just legalize weed everywhere, honestly. Will be better. No, not grainy. It's like, yeah, no, it feels like damp. Yeah, it feels like you're in like a rainforest or something. I don't know how to describe it. Yeah. Yeah, it's like such a weird thing. Plus, like for me, when I did mushrooms, I don't currently do any of these. But when I did, like, mushrooms is like so different because like with acid, everything is just really fucking funny. And I just want to fuck with people super hard. And just like, everything is hilarious. And I just want to be a fucking menace. But So normally. But with mushrooms, it's like you go through every fucking range of emotion, and it's so weird. It's so weird. You go through like all of the different emotional feelings. It's like a roller coaster. That one you definitely gotta be in like a slightly better headspace for, I feel like. Because like, whereas acid, it's like, it's either gonna be like a really good trip where shit's funny and stuff, or it's gonna be like a weird fucking trip where you're just like panicking and things are weird and you want to fight people or like whatever the fuck else like you get vibed out by. Usually drunk people, because fuck that. I can't be around drunk people when I'm on acid. I actually hate them. But it's like one or the other, whereas like with mushrooms, it's like you're definitely gonna go through like a sad, angry, emotional state at some point, which like if you're not in the right spot for that, that's not good. Do you visually see rainbows and unicorns when you're on drugs like acid? No, not really. You see like, I mean like, no, like, yes and no. Okay, let me see if I can look up a photo. Let me try to find a picture, see if there's one that looks realistic. All of these are not at all what this looks like. What the hell? Okay, this is the closest. Yeah. This is the closest one that I see. This is kind of what it looks like when you do acid. Like that. It's not this extreme. Like, you don't see like those fucking circles on the pavement like that. All of that would be like way smaller. It's like way finer details than that, and it's also like moving, if that makes sense. But this is kind of what it looks like. This is like pretty close. Pretty close. And then for me, like, cause my brain is like very active imagination, I'll like start forming pictures. You know, like how you can see like pictures in the clouds and shit? My brain will start doing that with the fractals and stuff. And so I'll start like hallucinating images from that. So that's always interesting. I don't remember. Yeah, it does feel like the walls are breathing, yeah. But that's what you saw when you got heat stroke. What the hell? I mean, I guess I've never had heat stroke. So I wouldn't know. But rip. If I get like super high off weed, which is like very hard for me to do anymore, but if I get super drugged up on other stuff because I've done acid like enough times, like sometimes I'll get like acid flashbacks and I'll see like random like floaty fractals, which is always like a weird experience. Seriously. How do you walk if things are moving? It feels like you're walking on a cloud, so it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, you don't get like, it doesn't make you like spinny or anything. It's like, it's not like moving as in like high speed movements. It's just like slowly like rotating and like morphing, kind of like this sort of like vibe. Instead of like wee, it's like kind of pulsating side sort of a vibe. Yeah. No, it's very easy to walk when you're on acid. Like, I remember I went on the monkey bars. I walked across the top of the monkey bars. But I also have good balance, so maybe that's just me. But no, I found it very easy to move around. No! Bruh! That is the... No, not Mr. Girl. What the fuck? That's the most insulting. At least you didn't say lav. That would be worse. Fuck. I'm gonna cry. God fucking damn it. Oh my god. What? No, don't drive on all these drugs. Bro, what is wrong with you? Don't do that. What the fuck? I always fucking had to go outside though. Like, I always did it at nighttime, but because I like watching the stars at night when you're on acid. It's fun. But I just love being outside. Like in a park, ideally. That's the best. Yeah, the cuties guy. I hope he never lives that down. What? No, not time slowing down. No, I said that it's like, just, it's like the walls are, it's like the walls are breathing. It's like it's pulsating. It's not like warp speed or anything. It's not like things are like moving all around you and stuff. It's just kind of like, because like the fractals are so tiny that it's like, yeah, it's not like a super big noticeable thing until you like pay close attention. What on the whatever? What do you mean? Fuck. No, I feel like no one ever knows when you're high. Wait, what's the topic? I'm curious. Bruh. Bubbles hair in my eye. Fuck. You activated your chakra? Dude, I used to do that actually. I would do acid and meditate. That shit was fun. That was fun. I would like put on like a YouTube video that would be like one of those ones that's like leading a chakra meditation where it's like it helps you, like it tells you like visualize shit. I could visualize shit so well, bro. That was fun. Oh my god, the fucking hair! No! Oh, more, thank you. Which, by the way, I owe the pups multiple snackuses. I just realized I forgot. DMT is different than acid, yes. Little pups, do you have snackus needs? Do you have puppy snackus needs? Snacky? No, not on that, Papas. Don't eat it on the pants. You're a menace. Don't do that. Why are you like this? The bed head is, it doesn't look that weird on camera, but in person, yeah, it's not. Yeah. True. Everything is for Bubbles on here. Ugh, have a good rest of your Monday. Yes, I stream on YouTube sometimes. Oh, by the way, I'm thinking of dyeing my hair because I'm getting annoyed with the blonde part. I'm getting annoyed with having to like cut things right and like keep it split dyed because it's kind of a pain in the ass with the short hair. So, oh dude, I used to watch Invader Zim when I would be on acid. That is the best acid show. Like, not even fucking close. Oh my god, I love Invader Zim. Anyway. No, I was thinking of just going all brown. Just the whole thing brown. Cause noises. Cause I need to cause I need to fucking re-dye it anyway. You can kind of see my roots are coming in a little bit, sort of. They're starting to. It's gonna start looking weird if I don't dye it soon. Yeah, she did roast me for my haircut. Well, it's already brown right now. My hair's not black, it's brown. It's Ali! Still not time bubbles. Still not time bubbles. Well, it's kind of got like red undertones right now. I'm out of coffee. No. Bruh, no, I'm trying to go easy. I'm trying to go a single color. So my life is easier. I have, yes. Let's see, I've done acid, mushrooms, and weed at the same time. That was fun. I've been crossfaded many times, which is when you smoke weed and get drunk. I don't really like that because I hate drinking. So, not a huge fan. And then I've done mushroom and acid together. Mushrooms and acid together. Then I've done mushroom and weed, and then acid and weed. No rainbow hair for Pride. Do you know how fucking difficult it is to have rainbow hair? Oh my god, those colors. No. They are not easy to work together. Oh, Anthony, speaking of which, now that you're here, we can talk about the Catboy plot I have that I'm finally gonna film this week. Catboy cum hunting plot with magnifying glass, and I got a black light. So we're gonna cum hunt in the room. And I'm actually very curious to see what happens. No, I'm not gonna lick a toad. That's so fucking gross. Ugh. Listen, mushrooms are gross enough to fucking eat. Yuck. Oh, is my chat broken? No, it's not broken. Oh yeah, with a butt plug. You're right. Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm excited about this plot. It's gonna be funny, because I'm actually very curious to see like if there's how much cum is in the room. Yeah, and I'm gonna use the new strap one I was about to show you, but yeah, well, because it's legal here and I'm an adult, so it's like smoking a cigarette. Man, there's nothing up there. Silly bubbles. The menace. Yeah, no one understood what the fucking plot was referencing. I was upset. No one got my reference. No one got my high tier joke. Well, we don't know. We're gonna come hunt and find out. I should, no, what I should do is like, guys, I found cum, it's time to set up a press conference outside my building. Someone get the fucking projector set up. Does anyone get that reference? Okay, I'm gonna stop. Oh, I have, yeah. Bewildering to me, but truly entertaining. This bowl is fucking dead. Okay, Anthony got my reference. Fine. Thank God. Thank God. Like someone had to get it. Dude, he adds so much fucking drama to the fucking stream, and then he always goes on the most unhinged fucking rants. It's like now that Mr. Girl is gone. Fuck. What does what taste like? Weed? Dirt. It tastes like dirt. Yeah. That one is Popos, aka Soul. Her actual name is Soul. That one is Flopus, aka Miso, which his actual name is Miso. I did see him go at it with Abba, actually. I watched that one. That was fucking wild. Bruh. Listen, the less references of this that you understand, the less terminally online you are, so it's probably a good thing. Because I spend way too much time listening to dumb shit. By the way, what's the update on, like, the whole Aiden Ross, like, flagging people shit drama? Is that, like, I have not paid attention to that, but is that, like, a thing? Like, what is happening? I should do an Attack on Titan character. I'm kind of surprised I haven't done that yet. Yes, the dogs are living with me. Yeah. People make soup jokes for me so sometimes. I personally like to make Paimon jokes about him being an emergency food, but you can't lift your head when you drink alcohol with weed? Interesting. I just dance a lot. He got away scot-free right now? Bruh. Dude, he's like he's like an antagonist in a fucking anime that you're just like waiting arc after arc, and you're just like, okay, this time they're finally gonna fucking get him. He can't get away with it this time. And then he just keeps getting away with worse shit. I can't get over the one where they threw, like, piss on someone on stream. And originally he was like, you should Minecraft them. Oh, just kidding. Like, what if they had done it? Whoa. Like, actually Black Mirror. An actual horror movie. Deadass. A horror movie. And now I'm like, someone needs to make that into a horror movie where it's like there's this streamer who, like, gets popular because people like watching, like, fucked up shit happen. He starts by reacting to it. Then he runs out of stuff to react to. So he starts making his own stuff. Then he does enough stuff to himself that the audience wants more. So he brings in other people, starts fucking with them, and makes them do more and more extreme shit until, like, really bad stuff starts happening, but the audience still cheers it on the whole fucking time, and, like, no one's stopping it, and, like, everyone that's, like, involved in it is just like, someone stop this, but, like, no one's stopping it, and the audience just keeps donating for more and more and more and more. That would make such a good horror movie. Anyway. So, sort of like Spree, but with, like, a Twitch streamer that's, like, in their room. Kind of like Aiden with his torture streams. That would be a really good horror movie. Someone get on that shit. I won't even charge for the idea. Someone just take it, run with it. Spree is so fucking good. Actually, no, we should watch that movie next when we watch another movie. LMAO. They're coming out with another season. Interesting. How are they gonna beat real life? It's so difficult. Real life is already fucking Black Mirror-y enough. It's like, how does it get worse? Thank you, on it. Life is definitely a fucking horror movie. Why is she so cute sleeping on the fucking pants?
With the bubbles. On the pants, bubbles. She's a good bubbles.
What? Wait, Hassan's not going after Aiden because it would fuck over the whole content creator space and collapse? How? How would it do that? What? Oh, no, I said no to Spree because it wasn't on Netflix. I'm saying, like, if we specifically said we were gonna watch Spree and then we could get it ahead of time, then that would be different. But I was trying to find something that was on Netflix. That's why. No, I'm pretty sure Spree is on Amazon, I think. I don't remember where it is. It's somewhere. But no, it's not on Netflix though, which is why. Wait, why with felt? I think he is actually that stupid. I don't think that you can pretend to be that dumb for that long and keep it up. I feel like the mask would slip at a certain point. I think he's genuinely that stupid. It's on Hulu? Okay, where's that? Nice. It's on, okay, so it's on Amazon and Hulu. Nice. Oh my god. Okay, actually, that would be kind of an interesting movie. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, I did. That was funny. Although, all of Andrew Tate's tweets have been, like, fucking batshit insane recently, so. Yeah, Hulu does have some really good fucking movie selection. It's kind of surprising. Yeah, I mean, stupid, but like pretending to be kind of stupid and like the level of stupidity that he is at. Like that's a whole other level of stupid. Like he is stupid to like the point that it is like it's not like gonna get you out of stuff, it just is embarrassing. Like he can't like pronounce basic words and shit. Like I don't think he can read. I have seen Breaking Bad. I saw it a while ago. True, it does have a good anime selection. That's where I'm watching Assassination Classroom, actually. I do have a public Snapchat, but I don't really use it that often. Yeah, no, I think he actually believes that. Like, he's genuinely stupid. Yeah, no. Coming up with a movie concept is much easier than actually executing it, that's for sure. Yeah, Netflix selection is, like, really fucking limited right now. Yeah, you can't say socialist. Oh my god. So fucking stupid. Little mom. Thanks. Let me think. I'm like, should I go feed the dogs now and grab myself a snack? Maybe. Is that a noise? Pause. I don't know. What? Fine. Damn. No, not Twink Popeye. Fuck. I don't have enough arm strength. I think he's still banned. He should be. Alright, let me go feed the baps, and then I'll be right back with a snack for myself. And then we can work on those pants and chat more. Okay. Be right back. Here's the break screen. Enjoy the music. Wops, can you not walk on that? Thanks. Fucking Wops. Hey. Anyway, hello. I have cheesecake. Fluffy cheesecake. Ugh, and also Papa's hair in my eye because I put my face too close to her. God damn it. It's not actual Ruffles, it's a dog toy. It's adorable, Bubbles, you're fine. Ugh. No, not from the Cheesecake Factory. And this is from the Asian market. So it's nice and fluffy and delicious. Why's my chat broken? There we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's a good one. The cheesecake is not for you, doggy. Silly dog. Silly dog. Yum. Thank you. Here, I'll give another Pupples a Pupples snack for that one. A little Pupples. Her little eyes peeking over. Oh, Pupples. Soul. You were gonna steal his when you had one in your mouth? Soul. Stop being a thief. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. There's a lot more old people in Japan, and they're still fucking in charge. And they're definitely homophobic, so. Would I fuck or be fucked? What do you think? You tell me. Goodbye. Don't skip work. Well, they're fucking insisting on continuing to use fax machines, so like, don't expect too much. Ma'am, can you stop being on the pants? This fucking puppy. That would be cute. That would be perfect for a fox. Bye. Stranger Things cosplay? Lol. Who do you think I'm cosplaying? No! What Tinder content? Oh god. true, actually. If incels just were gay, they would have a lot better of a chance. But JK, there's gay incels too. I feel like I stream pretty frequently. But it depends. Sure, no homo. Eh. Eh. Fuck my eye. I look like Will? No. Fuck, now I gotta look up a picture. Listen, my hair is not that bad. Help. Here, I'll try to find one where it's not like literally the worst haircut known to mankind. Yeah, they're all very, not quite the same haircut. I'm trying to find one with a striped shirt. Okay, whatever. We'll just use this picture. It's ish. It's similar. Nope, that's a WebMP. Fuck you. Jesus Christ. Motherfucking WebMP. Okay, good. JPEG. Alright. What do you think? Our haircuts are definitely slightly different. Because I don't have, like, the weird, like, straight and then down. I can, like, if I, like, push my hair back, it almost does that, but not quite. I kind of see it, though. It's similar. It's definitely similar. LMAO. There are no incels, they just refuse to lower their standards. No, there's definitely incels. I look like Oliver Tree. Stop! No. Fuck. God damn it. Like, his haircuts are so bad. I don't know why they did him that way. Bruh, no, Oliver Tree looks like a fucking dweeb. Oh my god. Ugh. Like, he looks like the motherfucker from The Incredibles, or is it, no, from Despicable Me. Yeah. Why is everything a WebMP? I will lose it. I will lose it. Why? Finally a JPEG. Fucking hell. This is what Oliver Tree looks like. Be serious right now. We both just have brown hair. That man looks like the guy from... Shit, what was the movie where there was like an old man who played a high schooler and it was a musical and it was super fucking weird? Vector. I'm not on HRT. too. Fuck. God damn it. No, fuck who. What is the point of WebMP? Someone explain it. What is the point? Why? Ma'am. Hey. Shh. 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 Hey. Hey. Stop causing drama. Motherfuckers. Well, thanks. No. I'm just good at boy moding. Hey, come back. Hey, bitch, come back here. Miso. 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 Come here. He's literally just staring at me. Bubba. Come here. You are so fucking stubborn. Come here. Buddy. Why are you like this? Come back here. Yeah, come back. All the way. All the way, come back. No, all the way in the back in the room. Stop barking. Can you stop barking? Nope. Whoa. You are a son of a bitch. Look. Look at them. They're assholes. What the hell? Why are you like this? Come back here. Stop that. You're a menace. Wow. I see how it is. Like, they literally heard something in the hallway and just ran away. Oh, hi. I see who's returned. Do you have something to say? Why are you barking? Why are you bark bubbles? I bark bubbles. I bark bubbles. Oh yeah, by the way, let me show you. I started working on new merch. Check it out. I don't remember who it was, but someone suggested that I should make femboy merch, and I was lazy, so I was like, bet, but I didn't want to redo an entire new design, so I just kind of like took my logo. I took my logo and just like kind of altered it slightly. Look. Check it out. So, new merch, yay! Yes. Ugh. Took me forever because I had to hand outline the whole thing, but yeah. Actually, when I realized I can show you better if I turn it sideways. See? It's almost exactly the same. It's the exact same design. But yeah. No, they don't have Speedos on Represent. I use Represent for my... Fucking hell. Hey. I also started drawing like a chibi elf. I'm not sure if I want to keep going with the direction I started or not, though. Here, I'll show you. It's not colored in. I feel like I kind of want to change the face, but I'm not sure. I'm I'm not sure. The Japanese characters do not say that. Here, I'll need to remember how to pronounce it. Blah, 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 blah. Otoko. Otokonoko. 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 Which translates to femboy. Ish, sort of. Ish. Don't cancel me. It's slightly controversial, but I'm going with it, okay? I'm claiming it. I'm okay with it. Ugh. Why is my knee itchy? You're in true introvert mode. Just got 0 water, used the room bath, and returned with 0 family interaction. Hell yeah. I should learn to animate or something. I already know how to animate. I already know how, but that shit is time consuming. Fuck that. Fuck that. That shit takes so long. Ay. Why is she laying over there like that? No, I haven't given up on Blender. I just have had a lot of other things I've had to deal with, so I haven't really had time to focus on it. You guys are funny just because I don't like update you on certain things. You're like, oh, we totally forgot about that. Like, no, I just didn't share updates. Ugh. Freaking hair in my eyeball needs to go away. You came from TikTok, yay. Oh, speaking of which, I should post more of the drafts that I took earlier. I took some and then I forgot to post them. You forgot about it. Okay, fair. Okay, let me... Yeah. Is there a hot glue bit on my fucking... Okay. Okay, yes, I'll post another draft. Why did I hear people screaming? Okay. There, I posted another one for you guys. If it posts. Hopefully it does. Yeah, where am I putting this? On my chair. I don't even have just one iPhone, I have 2. Okay, I need to think of more. What else am I drawing on the pants? What am I doing on the front of the pants? Burner phone for the drugs. More like burner phone for fucking work. Well, the pants that I'm working on right now, the color theme is just black and purple, because I didn't want these to be rainbow. Yeah. Why would you have 5? What? Oh my god. Why would I do the asexual stripes? I'm not asexual, bro. I am the opposite of that. Whatever the opposite of that shit is, that is not me. Why would I shoot myself in the foot like that? Like, no offense, but like, that's giving the opposite signal I would like to be giving off. Yeah. I don't think there's a hypersexual flag. 4 for work? Hey. The fuck? No, these pants, the theme is like symbols that are on the keyboard and stuff, so I feel like it needs to be like computer themed in some way. Would I play D&D? Yeah, I like D&D. I play D&D. Let's design the hypersexual flag. LMAO, no. We don't need any more, we're good, it's okay. We don't need the representation. There's already one? Oh my god. Of course there is. Why would I think there's anything else? I really need to get more fucking pipe cleaners. So annoying. Do I have any leftover pipe cleaners anywhere? Come on, there's got to be one somewhere. Pipe cleaner. This side? No. Motherfucker. Maybe. I feel like it's kind of more annoying to play on stream, because I like to play, like, I don't really like doing online. I like doing it with, like, physical pieces and stuff. I think that's more fun for me. But maybe. Where? Hold on. Bruh. Fuck. fucking vanished. Where'd they go? Damn. Oh. Bruh. This is some bullshit. Bitch! Actually, where are those? Are they in here? And I'm an idiot? No. In this one? No. If I use nail clippers, is that going to be a mistake? Probably. Am I still going to do it? Yes. Because I don't have anything else. With nail clippers. Ah, actually, they handled that real well. Nice. Thanks. I like these shorts. Where did I get these? Good Threads. That's the brand. I don't know where I got them. He's not home right now, otherwise I would ask him, but he's not fucking here right now. And I don't think he'd know where they are. Sir. Yep. Okay, fine. This will work as a good enough poker for right now. Good enough. I think. Yeah. Yeah, it will. Cool. Nice. See? It's all clean now. You thought my puppy was a rug? I mean, they look rug-like, to be fair. I guess I can just look up more symbols and emojis and stuff, and I will just do those on the pants. That'll work. That will work. Ay, ay, ay. Is it weird that part of me wants to like burn holes in it? Also, I got sandpaper. Might sandpaper them. Might do that actually. That's a good idea. What cosplay? I'm not in a cosplay. This is just my outfit. Yeah, it's to distress them. I have pants on, I promise. Yeah. Also, I don't know, this is a random side note. I don't know what happened, but at some point, all the like cute cosplayer guys that I follow started OnlyFans, and I'm just like, why did it take so long? Why did it take so long? Why did it take so long? Anyway. Missed market. Okay. I'm gonna move it so you guys can kind of see me on the ground more. Yeah. True. Is this chair much at all? There we go. That's better. OnlyFans. He didn't show dong though. Did he? Is that an update? Did I miss an update? Or are you fucking with me again? God damn it. Oh, let me pull up chat on my phone so I can read it while I'm down here. Are you a small little popos? Are you just a tiny popos? It is a little popos. It is a little popos. It's a little popos. It's a popos. It's a popos. It's a popos. They should sponsor me, true. Do it, Calvin. Sponsor me. Okay, that's what I fucking thought. You guys are fucking with me again. God damn it. No! Bruh. Swear to fucking God. Okay. Okay. I found some random symbols to... Some random symbols to use, okay. Ugh. I'm just stealing some off of Symbol Copy because I'm not creative right now. And this, maybe I can have it so you guys... Nope, I can't make it any closer. Hello? This will at least make it so you can see what I'm doing on the floor here-ish. Actually, should I just dress them first? I think I should. Oh. I don't really want to fuck up my hand with the sandpaper, so... Grabs it with this fucking hand like an idiot. I guess I could have grabbed 2 pairs of gloves, but... No! Where's scissors? just using a little bit.
Ugh.
Move my chat over here so I can see you guys better.
Yeah.
Yeah, why grab two exactly? Stress the pockets. This is the best way to distress jeans, but God, is it annoying and messy. Fuck my wrist. Okay, we're getting somewhere. It's starting to distress. Need to go grab a vacuum after this. Nice. Aha! Distressed. Do you see it? No, I moved too much. There's like a bit of a hole now. Dude, it's so soft right there. Holy shit. Yeah, here, I'll show you. Tiny hole. I'm gonna try to create knee holes. I'm like, I might actually, ugh, God, the fucking dust though. Might cut them. Where do my knees land? Here. Do I'm gonna see if this works. I'm gonna try taping off this area. I should use more tape on that one. Oh well. I want to see if this helps with my thing here. Yeah. Okay. You like my face? Thanks. It's still enclosed while it's, yeah, exactly. Alright, I'll use up the rest of this one. No, okay. Alright, never mind. This works the best, I guess. The tape got in the way. I'm tearing up the gloves a bit. Oops. Alright, that's feeling like it's thin enough. Whew. Let me clear the dust off real quick. Actually. The best way to get rid of it. Best way to get rid of the fluffies. Okay. Huh, that's way more bad. That's way more. There we go. Knee hole. Yes. And well, it's way more natural because it's actually like worn out instead of cut. Okay. Alright. I think that's enough distressed. Enough distressing. Well, maybe I could rip that slightly more. Yeah. Okay, that's better. Yes. Okay. Okay. Ugh. Pile of fluffs. Ugh, there's so much. Oh my god. All the fluffs. Oh my god. Okay. Got them. I usually roll them up because they're too long. So, yeah. I usually have to roll up my pants because they are too long for me. But yay, now we can decorate them. Yeah. And let's see. I don't want to decorate them. What do I want to put where? I think I'll go with do like a heart emoji. I'm gonna use this to like I am not assuming position. God damn it. Okay. Let's see. That's a good pattern. I'll do that. I think I'll do like some going down this, going down the side. That's what I'm thinking. So let's see.
it's a comfortable position. Leave me alone. Tiny dot. Tiny dot. Tiny dot. Tiny dot. Tiny dot. There. And line. 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 Oh my god, it's so hard to decorate with these tiny little fucking pieces. Or these little. It's tiny. I don't know what I'm trying to say right now. Okay, another symbol. What's another one? That's good. We'll do this. And a dot. I should make that camera closer to me. Don't close on me while I'm using user reference iPad. The fuck? Yeah. There we go. How did I lose my place? Oh, there it is. Okay. Circle and a circle. Doing these tiny little circles. This is so fucking hard. God, this is like flashbacks to fucking cheer. Because we used to have to fucking make these for our like wrestlers. Well, not pants obviously, but we'd have to make like wrestling pins for them. And we'd use these same puffy paint to decorate them. I got real good at using puffy paint. Although to be fair, I usually use like a safety pin to like get the fine details, which I am not doing right now because I'm fucking lazy. But I still think it's looking good. Can you guys even see this? You can kind of see it. You just like watching. Oh my god. Okay, let's do this. A little ampersand. And a little like sparkle thingy. Okay, that looks good. Maybe a circle with dots. 2 fucking circles, maybe? Oh god. It's okay. Add random lines, places where I don't know what to do things with. And add random dots where I don't know what to do things with. Yay. Random lines and dots is the lifesaver. This is why I try to get rid of all the fuzzies, but they're still here. Oh my god. I'm trying to make it like in like kind of in lines so it looks like it's somewhat on a computer format. True, I should have gotten a lint roller. Oh well, I'll use that for the knee. Let's see. Let's do a little heart. The key for using this is to like not drag your hand too much, otherwise it doesn't work. A little cross. Or I guess it's a plus sign. Circle. And then a dot. And a circle. It's coming together. It's something. Let's see. Maybe an exclamation point. 'Cause why not? An upside down question mark. Ish. Doing a little star thingy. Let's see. We'll do circle, circle. A lot of people screaming outside, bruh. I'm loud. A little X. circles and lines and shit. Fill up the blank spots. Yes, a triangle. And tiny circle. Okay. There, that's better. Now it's more filled up a little bit. I feel like I should add purple to the pants now. Ugh. Stretchy stretch. Let's see, how should I do this? Bye! See you next time. I'll do something purple along this. Maybe I'll do like fake stitches. Oh, I have to do X's across the whole thing. I think that will look good. Yeah, okay. It was the across the whole thing, and then I'll come back. My hand needs to stop shaking. Ooh, okay, got there. This is looking good, but oh my god, my hand hurts. Fuck. We're almost there. Oh my god. Fuck. That was painful. Jesus Christ. If you're training to get beaten up. Huh? Why is that? Is anyone want to do anything special on May the 4th?
No.
Maybe Star Wars. Okay, let's see. What should I put? What should I put on the jeans? What else? I want to do something on this pocket. Shit, what should I put in? Ugh. You could take a punch from Zeus, okay. Ugh. Because you're a massive tough guy. A lol. Ugh. Do I enjoy what I'm doing? Like on stream or what do you mean? What do I want to put in this pocket? Can make it like fishnet. Kind of like that idea. Yeah. Just gotta pull the pocket out so I can actually do that. Yeah, a little fishnet pocket. Doing it. Alright, let's see how easy this is. I think I'm gonna outline it. Yeah. Okay, outline it and then yeah, okay. Gonna fill in the seam. Okay. Do I need to stop holding my fucking breath? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, there we go. And then I'll do this line. Okay. Outline done. Now to do the checker or the see how I can do. Let's see how well I do. Follow the lines on the pants. Just gotta freehand it. setup's not better. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Whew. That was fun. Part of me wants to put extra lines in there. Oh, fuck, I'm gonna do it. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Cut it in half. Okay, the other way. So close. Okay, last one. Whew, okay, wow. Fuck. Worth it, but Jesus Christ. Do you see that? Oh my god. Okay. Pocket. Pocket. Complete. Let's see, Parmesan's 2. Outline this with the purple. I'm gonna outline that with the purple, yeah. Hey, doggy. Actually,
Alright, what should I do on the knee? I feel like I should do something on the knee. What should I put on the knee? I feel like I should do more symbols, maybe. I'm not sure. An arrow on the knee? Lol. Which anime? Or I guess you said you can't remember. Never mind. Let me shut the door really quick. It's fucking cold again. Where's your brother? Baba. Where you at, Baba? There you are, Baba. Carry on, Baba. Good, Baba. He was sleeping on the other bed. Cute little man. Oof. Oh, I'm cold. Fuck. Do you see the goosebumps on my legs? You better not fucking step on it, baby. Get off. I love you though. Get off though. Stay off. Oof. I've been rewatching Assassination Classroom. Why can't I talk? That's what I've been rewatching recently. But yeah. Go lay down. You're okay. Go lay down. You're okay. Just go bubbles. Go lay down. I'll show you a closer look at the pants when they're slightly more dry. I'll set them off to the side. Obviously, Nagisa is the best character. He is my favorite. There are countless things more controversial than that. You're gonna watch Bleach soon? Fucking good luck. Nagisa has blue hair. No. Kuro Sensei is the down bad Coomer, not his brother. It's definitely him. But don't post spoilers, not everyone's seen it.
Let's see. Okay, let's see. I think I will put an arrow on the knee because that's kind of funny. But I'll make it like emoji, so it's like this. Yeah, an arrow is funny. Do it on top, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Draw a little star. Drawing stars is so fucking difficult when you're not doing like the easy way when you're like outlining it. Yeah. Good enough. Okay. Less is more. Okay, let me set this off to the fucking side carefully so it doesn't get stepped on by Bobs. Should be good right there. And hopefully it dries fast. Okay. I'm gonna pull these up here. Or maybe not. These ones we have to decorate the back of. And this is dry now, so yay. That's fixed. Cool. But yeah, check these out. These are these ones. All that's on the back of these is the little tiny trans flag, but that's it. We need to decorate the back though, with the pockets and shit. I think I'm just gonna decorate the pockets situation. So I'm gonna sit up in the chair, cause yeah. Okay. Like, what the fuck? Oop. Move my snack over here so it's out of the way. Okay. White pants are a terrible idea. Yeah, normally, but they're fun, so I'm doing it. Okay. This way, if I'm up here, I can make it so you guys can actually see what's happening. Yay. Okay, let's see. What do I want to do? So this is the front. I went with kind of just like big, kind of kitsch vibe. What should I do on the pockets? I could do another pocket that's just full of this type of thing, because that's fun. Or I could make it like blocked off in some way. Good night. I feel like I did the symbols on the pocket of the last one. What? No! Why would I do that? Jesus Christ. I already have a trans flag on these pants though. I feel like that's redundant. No, we're decorating pants right now. Thinking. Yeah, I think I will do another symbol pocket because they turn out so fun. So, what color should I start with? I'll start with the
start with the purple. Because I was just using that, so might as well. That's your entire life savings? Bro, go get a job. The fuck? Thank you. The word pussy. God fucking damn it. Okay. What do I do on here? Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm just gonna go for it. Shh. You're fine, little Bob. Fucking Bob. I don't know how I'm gonna start it. Just start it with a fucking... Start with like a little X, I guess. There we go. There we go. Little X. X to start. Okay. We'll do XX. Yeah, okay. I'll switch to a different color. Let's do blue. Okay. Trying to remember what my process was for this. I feel like I just filled it up randomly. Bruh. Okay, there we go. Nope. Let's not do that. There. Maybe we'll just fill up this one. Me. Why is this being so annoying? Oh my god. blue one is driving me fucking crazy. What the hell? Okay. Well, it works fine. It's just being annoying, I guess. Yeah. I know, sorry. Sorry, I'm very quiet when I'm trying to focus on it. Let's try to do a star. Well, I kind of fucked up. It's like a derpy star. I tried, okay? Fill it in with as much different things as I can think of right now. There's stuff. Try to not put any color like too much close to the other one. Okay, we'll use some yellow. Let's see, what do I want to do with this one? We'll do a circle. We'll do some dots over here. Let's see. I'll do a little ooh-woo face. By that I mean a W. We'll do. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Do some lines. Yeah. Actually, I have to put something in here because otherwise it's gonna be like, what's in here? Do a squiggle. Yeah. Okay, more purple. we'll do a little. One of these. If it will let me. There, one of those. And then we'll do some line. Some hello line. Do a line. Okay, some lines. We'll do a little heart over here, except I'm gonna. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And we have a derpy heart now. Great. Why must they all be derpy? What the fuck, bruh? They are not listening. Okay, well, close enough. Yeah. With a bunch of King of the Hill references, that's funny. Okay, let's add more blue. There's not enough blue happening now. If it will come out, Jesus. Dude, why is the blue being so difficult? There. Ugh. Bro, I have to squeeze this one so hard for no reason. It works though, I guess. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, I guess. Oh my god, it's so hard to fucking squeeze out for no reason. It's okay. Okay, let's see. Let's do a little cross across. I'll do a little heart down here. Maybe that's colored in so I don't have to be as exact. Okay, there's a little heart. Okay, switch to a different color that's not so fucking hard on my wrist. Oh my god. Purple. I do have a good grip. That one's just like weirdly hard to get out. Also have to hold it like a pencil, so it makes it a little more difficult. Yeah, see, on ones where it actually comes out, it's not bad. That's easy. What else? What else? What else? I'll do a little square. There. Square. Let's see. Maybe I'll do a little swirly. There, a little swirl. Nice. Okay, I think we need more pink now. Oh, the Boba's having a dream. Cute. And here comes the bubbles. What do I want to do here? Draw a little mushroom. Little mushroom. There we go. What's down here? Let's do an arrow. Yeah.
the point. Yeah, little arrow. Nice. Let's see. Lines. When all else fails, random lines. Needs to be more pink in this area. A little heart symbol. Yellow again, maybe? Yeah, let's do yellow. Okay. Let's see, I'm gonna put a little moon in here. There, little moon. Hey, little boys, here's your good little boys. Put some dots in here. That's a little boys. Hi, Sally. Are you with those little boys? Let's see, what am I doing? We'll do a little star or something. There. You see why this is time consuming now? Mostly because it takes me forever to fucking come up with what I'm drawing. Okay, what's down here? Let's do one of these. There. Yeah. Little dots. More blue. No, let's do more purple. Yeah. Little flower.
There we go. We'll do a squiggle. Okay. Now we need more blue, which I'm dreading. Oh my god. Ooh, actually, you know what? I need to put more purple in this area. There. Ooh. Okay, more blue. You play Subway Surfer. LMAO. Okay. Dude, why is this one such a pain in my ass? It looks like a titty. Little triangle. Yeah. Ay, fuck this blue on, bruh. So annoying. What else do I want to do? Running out of ideas. There, a little circle. Do a square. And another square. Lines. Circles. Okay, that's looking good so far. I'm trying to stick to like only symbols. You see? The meat cleaver, LMAO. No, I'm trying to keep it to very simple ones. Let's do pink again. Let's do the ironic male gender symbol in pink. Cause it's funny. What do I want to do here? Do I want to do a heart? We'll do a heart. A little heart. Yeah. Little star. What else? What else? I have a creepy smile on the front. I'm just doing symbols right now, you guys. The front has all of the other actual pictures on it. This is just symbols. Let's see, what else did I do on the front here? Bigger dots. Yeah. Come on. Work with me, bitch. There we go. And maybe I'll do a sun. Or no, I'll do another little squirrel, swirly. Little swirl. I feel like all the edges are fairly covered in pink. Time for yellow. Whew, this is the best way to do it. Wait, this is pink still. I just pick up the same one. Let's see, should we listen to something? Should we listen to like Reddit stories or something? Swirly do. I'll do a sun in the yellow. Yellow sun. I'll go down here. Do a little triangle. I feel like I should put something over here. But what? Lines. I'll just put random lines. Perfect. I should put some over here. Hold on. More random lines? Yes. That is what we'll do. Actually, maybe we'll put some stuff down here. purple again, maybe? It's hard to keep track of which ones I should be doing. Let's listen to something. Yes. Mr. Ballin? You want to listen to Mr. Ballin? Okay, we can do that. Let's do that. That's a good idea. Let's see. Trying to think of what topic. Okay, I found one. We'll do stories that sound fake but are real. Let me get you a link. I'll post it in chat. There's what we're watching. Okay. Let me know how the volume is.
Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction, and today I'm going to share
How's the
3
volume?
stories that demonstrate that. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right
Okay,
place
we're doing
because that's
purple?
all we do,
Yeah.
and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please invite the like button to come over your house and play Mortal Kombat. And when they do, play real Mortal Kombat and uppercut them into the ceiling. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. In 2013, Jim Stauffer's mother finally passed away from Alzheimer's disease at the age of 74. Her doctors told Jim that her disease had mutated in a way they had not seen before, and they asked if he'd be willing to donate her body so they could study her brain. Jim felt like his mother would want him to say yes, and so he agreed. But for a variety of administrative reasons, the neurologists couldn't actually accept Jim's mother's body. At this point, Jim was really bought into the idea that his mother's brain was going to help other patients. And so while he couldn't donate her body to these neurologists, he could donate her body to the Biological Resource Center in Phoenix, Arizona. This center would take dead bodies and then extract parts of them for scientific research, and then would cremate the rest of them and return the ashes to the family. Jim gave his mother's body to the center, and when he filled out the paperwork, he indicated that her brain should be extracted for Alzheimer's research. After filling out the paperwork, Jim left, and 10 days later, he received a wooden box in the mail that contained his mother's ashes. There was no note attached to
her
the
body
box explaining
randomly,
exactly
right?
what was done to his mother's body, but Jim assumed they did what he asked. A year later, that Biological
They did
Resource
not.
Center was raided by the FBI after accusations they were selling these donated bodies for profit. During the
knew it.
FBI's investigation, they uncovered that yes, the center had been doing that and had sold at least 20 bodies to the U.S. Army for
Bruh.
various experiments.
To the Army?
One of the bodies that was sold was Jim's mother. She was sold for $5,893. The FBI told
Bruh.
Jim she had
Oh,
not
shit.
been used for Alzheimer's research. Instead, she had been
Accidentally
strapped
dropped
to
it.
this device that resembled a chair and then had a bomb detonated underneath.
No!
The Army was
What the
trying to
fuck?
understand the effects on the human body when a vehicle is hit by an IED. The
I
ashes
mean,
Jim
I think
received
it's
in that
pretty
wooden
obvious
box
you
he got in the
die.
mail were only from his mother's hand. The rest of her body was unrecoverable. Also, during this FBI investigation, they found inside the center there was a man's body on the wall with a female head sewed onto it. It
What the
appeared to be
hell?
a trophy. Jim, along with 19 other families, sued
What
the
is
center,
wrong with them?
and finally, in 2019,
Let
they
me
were
fix this
awarded
yellow bit that I
$58 million
fucked up here.
in damages. The center no longer is in operation.
Oh shit, fuck.
In
That was way too much.
2004, Mitch was in his final semester at a college in
Fuck.
Louisiana
How do I
when he
fix
met
this?
another senior, a wonderful young lady named Kayla. From the instant he saw her, he knew he was in love. She played hard to get at first, but after several months,
just cover it with something else.
After graduation, the pair stayed in Louisiana and moved in together while they got their careers off the ground. 2 years later, the pair got married, and almost immediately Kayla got pregnant. At the time, Mitch's career was really starting to take off, which allowed Kayla to stay at home and take some time off. By the time their daughter was born, Mitch was making so much money that Kayla decided to just stay home and be a full-time mom. A couple years later, Kayla got pregnant again, and by the time their daughter was 2 years old, they had their son. Mitch adored his children. Every morning before he went to work, he would sneak into their room and watch them sleep. And then in the evenings, they would have these big family sit-down meals and then play games together until bedtime. Mitch's life was perfect. Shortly after his son's birth, Mitch was lounging on the couch in his TV room when he noticed out of the corner of his eye the red lamp in the corner of the room. It just looked funny. It was almost like the light itself was blurry, but when he looked a little bit closer at it, the entire lamp looked blurry. And so Mitch looked around the room, and nothing else was blurry. He rubbed his eyes and looked back over at this lamp, and it was still blurry. He turned the TV off and walked over to the lamp, and even though he was right in front of it, the lamp was still blurry. And Mitch didn't have bad eyesight, and so he's thinking, is there something wrong with me? Am I having a stroke? Do I have an aneurysm? Is there some sort of illness here that's making me see this lamp blurry when it's really not? But Mitch told himself he was healthy and that whatever this was, it was an anomaly and nothing to worry about. And so he went back over to the couch, turned the TV back on, and tried to ignore the lamp. But as he was watching TV, out of his peripheral vision, he couldn't help but notice this weird blurry lamp. And so finally, he turned the TV off again, and he turned to look at this lamp. And now, in addition to being blurry, it appeared to be upside down. Now Mitch was genuinely concerned that there was something wrong with him. Because again,
the lamp does not
nothing
exist,
else in the entire room was blurry or upside down. It was just this
lamp actually
so
doesn't
a few minutes
exist.
later, his wife and his kids came
I was
home,
joking at
and
first,
Mitch
but I think
decided
that
he
it does
would
not
tell them
exist.
about this lamp. He didn't want to alarm them. He figures he will get to the bottom
Monty,
of this blurry lamp.
you will
and then
definitely
he will
ask me out again.
And so that night, the family has a sit-down meal.
I don't know why you're beating around the
Afterwards,
bush.
they play some games together, and then everybody goes upstairs and goes to sleep. But after everyone had gone to sleep, Mitch was just laying in bed thinking about this lamp. And so finally, he snuck out of his bed and went downstairs to the TV room, and he sat on the couch, and he just stared at this lamp. And for hours and hours, he just fixated himself on this lamp, watching it kind of morph around and turn upside down and get blurrier and blurrier by the second. The next day, Kayla found Mitch lying on the couch, passed out, and she asked him if he was okay. And again, Mitch didn't tell her about this lamp that was still blurry. He just told her that he wasn't feeling well and he was not going to go to work that day. But Mitch didn't go to work for 3 more days. He just sat on the couch and stared at this lamp. And Kayla obviously picked up on this strange behavior and kept poking and prodding to get more information about what was going on. But Mitch never told her the truth about this lamp. He just kept telling her he felt sick. She urged him to go see a doctor, but Mitch told her it would be fine, he'd get better. And then over time, as this lamp continued to morph and get bigger and get stranger and stranger, Mitch suddenly was unable to respond to his wife. He became totally unresponsive. And so obviously his wife became desperate and called the doctor. And as she's on the phone with the doctor trying to get advice about what to do, Mitch realizes the lamp is now growing in leaps and bounds. And before long, the lamp is the entire size of the room. And all he can see is the red color of this lamp. And then Mitch starts to hear these voices, these screams coming from somewhere in the distance. And then he feels this blinding pain in his head. And then he opens his eyes and he looks up and he sees he's laying on the sidewalk next to one of the buildings at his college in Louisiana. And surrounding him is this crowd of people with wide eyes that are staring at him. Mitch had no idea what was going on, and so he naturally just began scanning the crowd, looking for Kayla and his kids to try to figure out, how he got here. But before he could ask any questions and before he could find his wife and kids, a police officer ran through the crowd, picked him up and ran him over to his police car, put him in the back, and then began driving away. And so while Mitch is in the back of this police car, he turns to the officer and he says, "What's going on?" And the officer would tell him he was attacked by a huge college football player. He got hit in the head and he fell backwards and he hit his head again and he fell unconscious. Mitch asked the officer where his wife and kids were, and the cop said he had no idea. And that's when it clicked for Mitch. The lamp wasn't real. Neither was his wife, neither was his daughter, neither was his son, neither was his life. For the past 10 years, it was all a hallucination while he was unconscious.
I called the
after getting
hallucinating.
attacked. Mitch was brought to the hospital where he would make a full physical recovery, but after being released, he was horribly depressed, and he had to get intense therapy to basically grieve for the loss of his family that never existed. These days,
rough.
Mitch says he can barely remember what his family even looked like, but periodically in his dreams, he will catch a glimpse of his son in his peripheral vision, and his son is perpetually 5 years old, and he's trying to talk to his father, but Mitch can never understand what he says.
That's sad.
In 2007, Brett Ryan was a charming 26-year-old man living in Toronto, Canada. He was known as an extremely friendly guy who was always smiling ear to ear with his trademark grin. In his spare time, he could be found at children's hospitals reading to sick kids, or at the community center volunteering as an umpire for Little League baseball games. But behind his seemingly perfect exterior, behind the scenes, Brett was struggling. He had to move back in with his parents after dropping out of college and racking up over $60,000 of debt. While his friends graduated college and went on to begin their careers in medicine and finance and education, Brett was only able to get a job as a part-time house painter. Brett felt like he had a lot of potential that he was squandering, but he felt like the debt that he had racked up was really his roadblock between him and the life he was supposed to have. And so instead of working hard and making some money to pay down his debt, he decided to come up with an absurd get-rich-quick scheme that actually kind of worked. On October 20th of that year, Brett walked into a bank near his home, and he had hospital bandages wrapped around his head and his face, and his left arm was in a sling. And he walked up to one of the tellers, and he handed her a note that just said, "I have a gun underneath this sling, give me $2,000. And the teller very quickly complied, and she gave him a little over $1,000. That was all the money she had. And Brett took the money, turned around, and calmly walked out of the bank. And he got in his car, and he got home, and he was totally exhilarated, and he's half expecting the police to just show up at his front door, but they never did. He was never caught. And after that, he was hooked. For the next 8 months, Brett robbed a dozen other banks in the area, stealing almost $30,000. He became so confident in his ability to steal without getting caught that he began dressing up in these ridiculous outfits that included this huge, obviously fake beard. And in fact, the media dubbed him the fake bearded bandit. The reason Brett wasn't getting caught is because the police would get his fingerprints at the crime scene, but because he did not have a criminal record, his prints were not in the database. And so the police basically just had to set up and hope to catch this guy in the act. And in the summer of 2008, they finally would catch
This era
the
was
fake
terrible,
bearded
but
bandit.
whatever.
At Brett's trial, dozens of his friends wrote letters of support to the judge saying that Brett was actually a great guy, that this was a product of desperation and a total break from his normal character. And some of the organizations that he volunteered with did the same thing, writing letters to the judge saying what a meaningful contributor Brett was to the community. When Brett spoke at his trial, he was incredibly remorseful and said he had allowed his debt to get totally out of control and that admittedly he had not handled it well. And so the judge took all of this into account, all the letters of support and Brett's overall appearance in court, and he decided that this was indeed a break from character and that Brett was actually a very promising young man and that he did not deserve the harshest penalty.
What?
And so Brett was sentenced to just under 4 years, which considering the crime was a very lenient sentence. And so
Yeah,
Brett
like,
went to jail,
why?
but then less than 2 years later in 2010, he was granted parole and allowed to move back in with his parents. And his parents would say he was a changed man ready for a fresh start. But Brett would find life outside of jail was exponentially harder now that he was an ex-con. It was extremely hard to get a job, which meant he had no income, and without an income, he couldn't pay down all those debts he had, and so he had to declare bankruptcy. As for life at home, it was very difficult. Brett's family was very embarrassed about what he had done, and when Brett moved back home, it was obvious that all the neighbors were gossiping constantly about their family. And so Brett and his family actually moved to another Toronto neighborhood just to get away from all of that. But once they settled into this new neighborhood, Brett
But
really
also
knuckled
kind of
down
understandable,
and decided he was
'cause
going to get his life together and he
you were
was going to do
stealing.
it all on his own. And so he applied to dozens and dozens of jobs all over the place, and finally he was able to get some low-paying work in retail. It wasn't great, but it was a start. And so Brett began working countless hours at this really low-paying job, and his parents noticed how hard he was working to try to get his life back together, and so they decided they would help him out financially so he could re-enroll in college and finish his degree in biophysics. While Brett was in school, he met a woman named Kristen who had a full-time job and lived in this beautiful home, and by and large, she had the life that he wished he could have. And the two of them quickly fell in love, and Brett told her about his criminal past as the fake bearded bandit, and she accepted him, and she didn't judge him, and she said, I still love you, I still want to be with you. 2 years later, Brett moved out of his parents' house and into Kristen's house, and for once in his life, he felt like his life was going the way it should be. Then, a year later, tragedy struck when Brett's father passed away, and suddenly Brett had to go to his mother's house all the time to try to help her out. And his mother was very appreciative of the time he was spending with her, and so she actually began paying him for the work he was doing around the home. And considering Brett was a broke college student, this was a huge help, and in many ways, it really brought Brett and his mother together. A year later, in 2015, Brett proposed to Kristen, and she said yes. But at the same time, school was getting overwhelming for Brett, and he dropped out. But he was too embarrassed to tell his fiance or his family because everybody thought he was on the right path, and he didn't want to explain why he had dropped out, and so he just pretended to still be in school. Then, in the spring of 2016, when Brett should have been graduating, he got a very lucky break when a big tech firm in Toronto offered him a job. On paper, Brett should not have gotten this job. He wasn't qualified. He didn't have a degree. But in getting this job, Brett was able to tell his fiance and his family that he had just graduated college, and that was how he was getting this job. His family and his fiance were a little confused why they weren't invited to his graduation ceremony, but nonetheless, they were very excited for him, and they took him out and they celebrated. Then, a week after Brett accepted this job, the tech firm rescinded their offer when they discovered Brett was in fact the fake bearded bandit. Now, Brett panicked because this job represented this perfect piece to his web of lies that allowed him to pretend he had his degree and that everything was so great, and so he couldn't possibly tell his fiance and his family that he didn't get this job.
So
And
he kills them
decided He would
probably.
just lie and pretend to go to this job every day. Meanwhile, Brett's mom began
Right,
bragging
that's
to all
gonna
of her
work out.
neighbors about her son Brett, who had really turned his life around. He graduated from college, he got this great job, he's got a beautiful fiance, he's got this wonderful home. Everything is just going great for Brett. At first, Brett was able to push the guilt out of his subconscious and just live this ridiculous lie. But as his wedding day approached, the weight of all these lies and the guilt he felt, it became overwhelming. And practically speaking, he was worried about how he would explain to his new wife why he had no income despite having this full-time job. And so he went to his mother and he told her the truth about dropping out of college, about not getting that job offer, and then he said,
I'm surprised he told her the
"Keep all this a
truth.
secret, and can you give me a whole bunch of money so I can keep living this lie?" And she said, "No. And in fact,
Wow,
you need to
I'm
tell your fiance
shocked.
that you're lying or I will." This was the worst case scenario for Brett, and one that he was not prepared for. He
What?
really thought his mom would be like, "Yep, let's do it, let's keep this thing going." But when she
No.
didn't, he didn't really know what to do. He believed if Kristen found out the truth, she would leave him, and that would ruin his perfect life. And so he decided he would not tell Kristen. Instead, he would kill his mother. Because he was an ex-con,
Fucking
he
knew
could
it.
buy a firearm. However, he could buy a crossbow. And so he ordered his crossbow, he watched a couple
God
YouTube
damn it.
videos about how to operate it, and then on one of his trips to his mother's house to help out,
How
he
did I
stashed
know?
the crossbow and some arrows on a shelf in her garage. Then, when he got home, he began designing these bizarre contraptions that were built out of
yellow.
fans and pulleys and broomsticks that, when turned on, would move around the room and click on his keyboard and turn his phone off and on. It was designed to help him build an alibi when he was out committing murder. His devices would be turning on and off again, giving the impression that he was at home
That's
the
silly.
whole time. On August 25th, 2017, all his preparations were done. He woke up early that morning and he began getting ready for his fake job. At the same time, Kristen was also getting ready for her real job, and then at 7:30, when they were both ready to go, they hopped in their respective cars and headed out for the day. But Brett slowed down at the end of the street and waited for Kristen to disappear around the corner. Brett turned back, went back into his house. He went up to his room and turned on all of his bizarre alibi contraptions that he made
Not
sure
the
were turning
alibi
off and on his
contraption.
devices correctly. And after a while, once
So
he was
silly.
confident these devices would work, he hopped in his car and he drove over to his mother's house. He got there around 10 a.m. He walked inside and his mother was sitting in the kitchen, and he approached her about changing her mind about telling the truth to Kristen. But his mother was staunch, and she said, "No, I'm going to tell her before your wedding unless you do." And so their exchange got really heated, and
I
before
mean,
long,
like,
his mother actually
Mom
called
is
one of his
valid
older
as hell
brothers,
for that.
Chris, to come to her house and
TBH.
talk to Brett to defuse the situation. Brett was furious and stormed out of the kitchen. He grabbed the door that led into the garage, and he stormed in to try to get his crossbow off the shelf. but his mother followed after him. Now, the crossbow had not been loaded when he put it up on that shelf, and Brett was not very good at loading it, and it would take several seconds to actually do it. So he's thinking to himself, when I pull that down and begin loading it, she's going to see the weapon, and she's going to run outside before I can get to her. And so when he reached up, he didn't grab the crossbow, he grabbed the arrows. And in a swift motion, he pulled them down, re-gripped them like a knife, faced his mother, and began attacking her viciously. She fell backwards, and a shelf actually landed on top of her, pinning her to the ground. At which point, Brett seized the opportunity. He got up, grabbed a piece of nylon, he wrapped it around her neck, and he suffocated her. As soon as she was dead, Brett pulled her out from under the shelf and dragged her to the side of the garage. He put the shelf back up, and then he began loading his crossbow, because he knew Chris, his older brother that his mother had called, was going to be here soon. And so he hid behind the door inside of the garage.
So you're gonna kill them both? Okay.
And at some point, he heard Chris's car pull into the driveway. Chris walked into the house. He yelled for his mom. He yelled for Brett, but he didn't get a response. And eventually, Chris made his way to the open door leading into the garage. He stepped inside, and as soon as he did, Brett silently got up behind him, and he fired one shot directly into the back of his neck, killing him instantly. Brett took Chris's body and piled it on top of his mother's, and as he was putting a tarp over top
all
of
this
them,
to just
he heard
uphold your
another
lie.
car pulling into the driveway. It was his younger brother, AJ.
Bruh.
Now, at this point, Brett knows he is in too deep and he has to finish the job, and so he doesn't have time to load his crossbow, and so again, he just grabs one of the arrows, and he walks outside, and he sees AJ getting out of his car, and he runs up to him, and he jabs the arrow into his brother's neck. So they're fighting in the driveway. Meanwhile, Brett's other brother, Lee, who's actually in the house sleeping, he wakes up to the sound of this commotion outside in the driveway.
He was asleep in the house the whole
and he
time?
sees his brothers fighting,
Bro, what?
and so he runs downstairs and he comes outside, and at this point AJ is laying on the ground and he's basically motionless, and Brett is standing over him, and Brett turns and he sees Lee in the doorway, and he runs off after him. Lee sees his brother running at him and just turns and runs into the house, but he only gets a few feet before Brett jumps on top of them, and then the two of them have this vicious fight where Brett is trying to stab him with the arrows, and they're basically both fighting for their lives, and at some point, after Lee suffers several very deep cuts, he manages to throw Brett off of him, and he runs outside to his brother AJ, who's now crawled all the way to the street. And in fact, AJ had managed to flag down a neighbor and got his neighbor to call the police. As for Brett, after Lee had managed to fight him off and ran outside, he knew he was done. And so instead of chasing his brother outside, he put his arrow down and he walked into the kitchen. He opened up the fridge, he took a bottle of water out, he left the fridge door open and just walked down to the front steps and sat down and drank his water while he waited for police to show up. When they did arrive, his brother AJ died before they could save him. As police were arresting Brett, he kind of casually said, "Yeah, I should have taken AJ to the hospital, I could have saved him. And the other guys in the garage are dead. Crossbow to the head. It was me." In court, Brett was extremely remorseful and pled guilty to all of his charges. The judge told Brett that he was appreciative of the fact that he was taking full ownership of his heinous crimes, and that in many ways he was a victim too, a victim of this huge web of lies that Brett just couldn't get out from under. But
a victim of
Brett was given
shit he created?
life terms,
What?
one for each of the murders he committed. The only surviving family member, Lee, the brother who was attacked last, managed to run outside and escape Brett. He said that his life was shattered that day and that he can barely go outside because of his extreme post-traumatic stress. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it, so give us the timestamp. And if you're the first to do that, we will pin you at the top of the comment section. If you enjoyed today's video and you haven't done this already, please invite the like button to come over and
like, bro, you created the situation.
Real Mortal Kombat with them and
Swear to
uppercut them into
God.
the ceiling. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3 or 4 videos.
Okay.
Sometime.
Here, next. Next one.
Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. And today, we're going to look at 3 stories that demonstrate that. But before we get into those stories,
fuck that guy.
if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please move in next door to the like button, and then buy a small dog with emphysema who barks 24/7 and leave it outside every night. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. one morning in early June of 2011, in the Russian city of Kazan, a 49-year-old Russian woman named Fagiliu Mukhamatsonov woke up feeling nauseous. Fagiliu had recently had some health problems, and her doctors had told her that she really needed to take it easy, don't do anything that really stressed her out or made her mad, basically just relax. And so, on that morning, this is exactly what Fagiliu decided to do. Instead of pushing through her nausea to go to work anyways that day, she decided she would call out from work and stay home and have some tea and try to just feel better. But a little while later, when Fagiliu was in the kitchen making tea, her husband, Fagili, he came in and asked her how she was doing, and she said, you know what, I actually feel worse. My nausea has gotten worse, my chest hurts, and I'm starting to sweat. I'm gonna go lie down in the bedroom. But as Fagiliu walked across the kitchen to go lay down, her chest suddenly tightened tenfold, and she collapsed to the ground unconscious. Fagili rushed over to her and tried to wake her up, and when he couldn't, he rushed to the phone and dialed 112, which is Russia's emergency line, and he called for an ambulance. And then when the ambulance arrived, Fagiliu was not breathing, and by the time they got her to the hospital, she was declared dead.
What?
She had died from a heart attack.
A
Fagili,
heart
who had
attack.
been married to Fagiliu, his
She had a heart
wife,
attack.
for almost 30 years, was absolutely heartbroken, but he and his wife's religion encouraged people to have funerals within 24 hours of a loved one passing away. And so despite the fact that Fagili was basically despondent from all his grief, he pretty much immediately began calling relatives and friends and making preparations for Fagiliu's funeral, which would take place the next day.
Makes
The
sense.
next morning, Fagili woke up and put on his best suit, and then he joined his and his wife's family and friends at the funeral home for Fagiliu's funeral. When Fagili walked inside of the funeral home, he saw there were all these wooden chairs facing forward towards the front of the room, and at the front of the room, up on a table, was his wife's coffin, which was open and surrounded by all the flowers that Fagili had barely been able to buy with the little bit of money that he and his wife had. Fagili slowly made his way down the middle of the room
That's so
to his
sad.
wife's coffin, and the other people that were there saw him coming and got out of the way in respect to, the husband of the deceased. And so Fagili, he walks up and he looks down at his wife, who again, it's open casket so he can see her, and he was struck by her appearance. She just did not look right. Now, Fagili did not have enough money to embalm his wife, which means to preserve a dead body and make it look like it's very lifelike. And so instead, the people who worked in this funeral home had just applied heavy makeup to Fagiliu's face to try to make her appear more lifelike, but it really hadn't worked. To Fagili, it didn't even look like his wife. After all, Fagiliu never even wore makeup, and so to see her with heavy eyeliner and
that's
bright red
fucking weird.
lipstick was just totally bizarre. Behind Fagili was Fagili's family and Fagiliu's relatives, all assembled in the first row, and they were beginning their prayers for the dead. And so Fagili, he took a few more looks at his wife, and then he stepped back and joined the first row. And so as Fagili was standing there holding his mother's and brother's hand, he closed his eyes and did his best to focus on the words of the prayer instead of on the grief he was feeling for his wife. And as he was doing that, his mother, who was on his right side, suddenly broke from the words of the prayer and let out this strange crying sound. And Fagili, he opened his eyes and looked over at his mother, expecting her to be collapsed on the ground from all the grief she was experiencing. But instead, he saw his mother was trembling and looking straight ahead. And so Fagili followed her gaze, and what he saw at the front of the
Is she still
room
alive?
made Fagili want to faint. His wife, Fagiliu, was now sitting straight up in her coffin. She wasn't making a sound, but she was looking out at the crowd of people with her strange makeup on her face, just staring at them with wide eyes. And for a second, everybody in the funeral home noticed this and went totally quiet, and both Fagiliu and the mourners just stared at each other. And then Fagiliu began screaming, but at first it was like she couldn't make any sound, and it was this raspy, dry yell that was coming out of her mouth. But
What?
then it built and built until it was sort of like a bellow or a roar. And when this loud, deep, guttural sound began coming out of Fagiliu's mouth,
Bitch,
the
what?
mourners in the room began screaming too. And suddenly it was absolute chaos inside
That's
the building. As funeral workers
a horror
rushed
movie.
to call emergency services, not knowing what
But
else
okay.
to do, Fajili, who also had been screaming after seeing his wife arise from the dead, he kind of snapped out of it and ran to his wife, and he embraced her, and when he did, Fagiliu went from screaming to silent, and she looked up at her husband with wide, scared eyes and began crying, and then she slumped forward into Fagili's arms. At this point, Fagili's family and Fagiliu's family saw what was happening, and they kind of snapped out of it too, and they rushed forward, and they helped Fagili lift Fagiliu out of her coffin, and they laid her down on the ground. And even though she wasn't moving, her eyes were open, and she was looking up at her family, just absolutely terrified, with all her makeup running from her tears. And then 12 minutes later, when Fagiliu finally was rushed to the hospital, she was declared dead again.
What?
It would turn out that when Fagiliu collapsed on her kitchen floor, she really did have a heart attack, but it didn't kill her. She was just unconscious, and her breathing was very shallow, and she wasn't moving, and nobody noticed. And so when Fagiliu kind of came to and woke up inside of her coffin at her funeral, she likely was okay, all things considered. She was, healthy enough to be alive, but when she looked around the room and saw she was at her own funeral and sitting in her coffin, the stress of that moment had given her another heart attack.
Bruh?
And this one had been fatal.
What the hell?
Today's video is sponsored by NordVPN. Have you ever sat down
Bruh.
to watch one episode of a show and then you black out and
even?
wake up like 3 days later and you've binged the entire series? Well, that's what happened to me and old Seagull Lung with Bobo the Burmese alley cat. It's a touching show on Catflix about a Burmese alley cat with emphysema who does his best to growl and hiss and stand his ground at anyone or anything that passes by his alley.
Visual.
Admittedly, this show is pretty one-dimensional. It just focuses on that aspect of Bobo's life. But me and Lung love it. And so when season 89 came out, me and Lung had to watch it immediately. However, when we fired up our flubber-powered laptop, we saw season 89 was only available to stream on the world's most remote island, Pitcairn Island. And so
What
with
is
no other
happening?
choices, me and old Seagull Lung hopped on a blind, emotionally unstable Phoenix.
Literally
and made the
what?
4,400-mile journey to Pitcairn. Checked into our Pitcairn hotel, and we're getting ready to feast our retinas on BBTBAC. Lungy turned to me and said, "Papa, we had a net NordVPN moeten," which of course in Dutch means, "Dad, we should have just got NordVPN." With NordVPN's worldwide access, you can enjoy instant, secure access to hundreds of streaming websites worldwide. And with their uninterrupted streaming, you won't have to worry about buffering. So, enjoy all that Bobo the Emphysema cat right from the comfort of your home
Literally
with
what?
NordVPN. Right now, you can get a 2-year plan plus 4 additional
Literally
months
what?
for free when you sign up at nordvpn.com/Mr.
Yeah, it's an ad,
It's
but, like,
risk-free with
what is
30-day
happening?
money-back guarantee. Again, that's nordvpn.com/Mr. Ballin, or you can click the link in the description below. Okay, back to the stories. On October 15th, 2003, a newlywed couple named Tina and Gabe Watson arrived in Australia for their honeymoon. They were both 26 years old and lived in Alabama, and neither of them made very much money. Tina worked in the kids department of a clothing store, and Gabe worked for his father at a packaging company. But Gabe's family had gifted this honeymoon trip to Australia to Gabe and Tina, and so the couple was so excited about it, and they had taken actually a whole year to plan this trip out.
Oh my god, I
It
think
was
I
going to be
should
the
take a
adventure
year
of their
off for it.
lives.
I was like, what the
Once in
hell?
Australia, the couple spent the first week in Sydney, which is one of the biggest cities in the country. They went on a river cruise, they visited the famous Sydney Opera House, and they went to see the koalas at the zoo, something Tina was very intent on doing because she loved animals. And then on October 21st, so 6 days into their big trip, the couple headed north to the city of Townsville, which is this beautiful beach town that's right near the Great Barrier Reef. The Great Barrier Reef is the world's largest and most famous coral reef system. This was going to be the real highlight of their trip. Gabe had grown up loving the water, and now as an adult, his passion was scuba diving. He was a trained rescue diver, and any chance he got back home in Alabama, he would go. As for Tina, scuba diving
Bad
kind
sign.
of scared her. She didn't like the idea of being underwater for extended periods of time and breathing in underwater. It just felt so foreign that she didn't like it.
Oh no.
But she knew Gabe really wanted her to go scuba diving with him in Australia. And so 10 months earlier, in January of 2003, Tina had begun taking scuba diving lessons, and then right before they headed out for this trip to Australia, Tina had gotten certified in scuba diving. So, after arriving in Townsville, Gabe and Tina would spend the night in a hotel, and then early the next morning, the couple would get up and make their way down to the dock where they would board a diving boat. This boat was going to take them out into the open water, right over this famous shipwreck called the Yongola, where lots of people scuba dive, and this Yongola wreck is right near the Great Barrier Reef. So it's a truly amazing place to go scuba diving. When the couple actually was out on the open water, they looked around and just could not believe how stunning everything really was. The beach town at a distance was unbelievable, and the water was perfectly clear blue, where they could see thousands of fish shimmering and swimming all around them. Finally, the dive boat came to a stop over the area where the Yongola wreck was, and Gabe and Tina began putting on their dive gear, as did the other 4 tourists who were also on this diving trip. Now, Gabe and Tina were dive partners, which meant for this dive, they were instructed not to leave each other really at any point until they're back on the surface. But initially, once they and the other divers were put into the water, the entire group swam down together 100 feet to the bottom of the ocean where this shipwreck was.
I just know this is gonna not go well.
Everything was going great. The swim down was easy, and then once they got down there, because the water was so clear and sunlight could reach them, they were able to look at each other and just really take in how spectacular this really was. But unfortunately, Gabe, he looked at his wrist at some point and noticed his dive computer, which tells you how much air you have left and what depth you're at, was malfunctioning, and so he signaled to Tina that he needed to go to the surface and get his computer fixed. And so he and Tina would swim away from the group back up to the surface, and then once on the surface, Gabe was able to talk to the dive leader on the boat, and he was able to get his dive computer fixed. And then after only a couple of minutes of being back on the surface, Gabe and Tina went back under the water and began heading back down towards the rest of the group. And as Gabe and Tina approached the rest of the group, they saw they were all kind of swimming around in dive pairs around the Yongola wreck. And so Gabe and Tina, they got down there and they joined the queue and began as well moving as a pair around the wreck. Back up on the surface, the dive leader, who was up in the boat, was just kind of sitting there waiting for the divers to come back up, when all of a sudden he noticed there was this sudden eruption of air bubbles coming up to the surface. And so he peered over the side of the boat to see what was going on, and Gabe, who had only left the surface after fixing his dive computer maybe 5 minutes earlier, came bombing up out of the water. And when he did, the dive leader immediately noticed that Tina was not with him. And before the dive leader could even ask Gabe what was going on, Gabe, who was obviously very panicked, he ripped off his mask and he began trying to tell the dive leader that something was wrong with his wife, that she had sunk away from him and he couldn't get to her and he needed help. And so the dive leader immediately put on a scuba tank, he jumped in the water and swam down as fast as he could to the wreck down below. And when he got there, he immediately saw Tina by herself laying on the sand on the bottom of the ocean, just totally motionless on her back. And so the dive leader, he swam over to her, he scooped her up, and he brought her all the way back to the surface. And then once on the surface, he put Tina into the boat, and then the dive leader, he climbed inside and immediately began doing CPR on Tina. And for 45 minutes, the dive leader tried to do CPR, tried everything he could to save Tina, but unfortunately, it was not enough.
Bro, what happened?
Tina passed away. An autopsy would later reveal that Tina had died from something called an air embolism, which is when an air bubble gets trapped in a blood vessel and blocks it. In scuba divers, this can happen from holding your breath for too long or trying to ascend too quickly. One theory about how this could have happened to Tina was based on what Gabe said happened when he and Tina went back down to the wreck after he got his dive computer fixed. He said they got down there, everything was fine, they were swimming around like the other dive pairs, taking pictures, when Tina started to panic kind of randomly, and she reached out for Gabe, and Gabe said she knocked his oxygen mask off his face, and so Gabe was kind of starting to panic, and he got the mask back on, at which point Tina was kind of floating away from him, and so Gabe, not really knowing what to do, said he went to the surface to get help. And so in that time frame, perhaps Tina, tried to rush to the surface on her own, giving herself the air embolism, or maybe in her panic, she had held her breath, giving herself the air embolism. But it wasn't long after Tina's death was ruled an accident and the case was closed that the other 4 people who were on that dive with Gabe and Tina began reaching out to Tina's family.
Okay,
These divers had seen something very strange happen right around the time Tina died, and they felt like they had to tell someone.
Did he do it?
One of these 4 divers would tell Tina's family that as they were swimming around the wreck, they saw Gabe and Tina come back down after Gabe had fixed his dive computer, and pretty quickly after they reached the bottom, Gabe seemed to give Tina a hug, like a really strong bear hug. Now, there's no reason any diver would hug another diver underwater, certainly not that hard, unless it was some sort of rescue attempt. And this diver who witnessed this told Tina's family that this did not look like a rescue attempt. It looked like Gabe was trying to restrain Tina, and Tina was trying to get away from Gabe. After a few moments of watching this, the same diver would see Gabe release Tina, and at that point, Tina would go limp and float to the bottom, and Gabe would rush to the surface where he would tell the dive leader that he had this emergency with his wife. This new information led Australian authorities to charge Gabe with murder. They alleged that Gabe intentionally turned off Tina's air and then put her in that bear hug to make sure she couldn't turn it back on again. Gabe, however, has always denied this, saying his wife really just panicked and he was trying to help her but couldn't and then went to the surface. Gabe ultimately pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter in Australia and served 18 months in prison. Prosecutors in Alabama then also tried to charge Gabe with murder or something else in connection to Tina's death, but ultimately a judge dismissed the case. One final note about this story, which also happens to be the reason most people know about this story, is that 2 of the 4 divers who were down there with Gabe and Tina were taking underwater pictures at the time that Tina died. Here is a photo they developed from this trip, which clearly shows Tina in the background just moments after Gabe had released her and she sunk to the bottom and died.
That's so fucking creepy. He obviously did it.
In July of 1848, a 25-year-old man named Phineas Gage got a job working construction on the Hudson River Railroad in New York. At this time in America, railroads were being laid all over the country, and so lots of workers like Phineas were needed to blast rock out of the way to lay down these railroad tracks. And as it happened, Phineas was an expert in explosives. He had learned how to set controlled blasts growing up on his family's farm in New Hampshire, and then later in his life, he had worked in a mine blasting through rock. And so in addition to just being the ideal railroad worker for this time in America, when Phineas actually started working in New York on this railroad, his co-workers immediately started looking up to him. Phineas was extremely smart and energetic. He was this incredible conversationalist. He was charismatic and funny and a natural leader. And so just 2 months into starting this new job, it was no surprise to anyone who knew Phineas or worked with Phineas that he was promoted to blasting foreman, which meant Phineas would lead the explosives team. Phineas was so excited about this promotion that he went to a blacksmith and had a custom tamping iron made. A tamping iron is a long metal rod that's used to pack explosives. When railroad workers wanted to blast through, let's say, a big rock, they would start by drilling a deep but skinny hole in the rock. Then they would pour blasting powder inside, then they'd put a fuse inside, and then using this tamping iron, they would push the blasting powder and the fuse deep into this hole inside of this rock or whatever it was they were blowing up. And then once it was packed, they would ignite it. Usually, tamping irons were sort of rough tools that looked like crowbars, But Phineas really wanted something special to commemorate this promotion. And so Phineas had the blacksmith make this perfectly straight, smooth, 4-foot-long metal tamping iron. And on one end was a pointed side, and on the other was a blunted side. And this rod, it weighed about 13 pounds, and it was about 1.25 inches in diameter. And Phineas loved this tamping iron. He brought it with him not just to work, but basically anywhere he went. On September 3rd, 1848, so not long after Phineas's big promotion, Phineas and his explosives team
you say
were blasting through
1848?
some rock that ran through a forest. And Phineas, he was right up front over the blasting site, helping them prep the explosive. His team had drilled that long, deep, skinny hole into the rock they were about to blow up, and then blasting powder was put inside, a fuse was put inside, and then Phineas took his tamping iron and began packing the powder and fuse deep into the rock. And the way he did this is he used the blunt end of his tamping iron to pack the explosives, which meant the pointed end was sticking out of the rock. And so as Phineas is doing this, someone behind him slipped on a rock. One of his men tripped or something, and so Phineas, with his hands kind of on his tamping iron, turned to the right to look and see what was going on. And when he did this, somehow his tamping iron that was inside of this skinny hole must have nudged against the inside of the rock, created a spark, and ignited the explosive inside of the rock, which meant the tamping iron was basically fired like a missile out of this hole into Phineas's head. It went in his cheek, up behind his left eye, up and out of his skull, and then shot 80 feet away, landing on the ground, covered in Phineas's blood and brains. This happened so quickly that for a second after this thing had blown through Phineas's head, Phineas just stood there upright with his eyes wide, and then suddenly a geyser of blood began shooting out of the top of his head, and then Phineas fell backwards onto the ground. When Phineas's body hit the ground, he began having a seizure, at which point his co-workers, who were still kind of shaken up from this sudden blast, they rushed over and tried to kind of position him in a way that he wouldn't hurt himself. But I mean, they're looking at him and he's literally missing half of his head. He's covered in blood. And they're thinking, you know, there's nothing we can do for him but basically wait for him to die. And so all of Phineas's co-workers, who adored Phineas, just stood there very somber watching their boss die. But eventually, Phineas stopped having a seizure, and then he opened his eyes and he looked up at his crew and he sat up and he said, "What happened?" Now remember, half of his head has been blown out by a 13-pound, 4-foot-long metal rod that has shot through his head. And his co-workers, when they heard how clearly he was speaking and how focused his eyes were, I mean, they couldn't believe it. How in the world is this guy alive, let alone having a coherent conversation with them? And so the co-workers told Phineas, "Please lie down, we'll get you help, lie down, relax." But Phineas, who still had blood also shooting out of his head, just kind of stood up casually and walked over to the railroad cart and signaled for his crew to take him back into town. And so the crew, they're looking over at Phineas, who now is literally head to toe just red from blood. Still bleeding, but less so. And he's just sitting on the railroad cart waiting for them. And so they walk over to him and they start the slow 1-mile journey into town on this railroad cart. And the whole time they're all kind of looking at Phineas, expecting him to die any second. But instead, Phineas is just kind of looking around with half of his head. And at some point he pulled out his logbook and carefully wrote down what time they were leaving their work site to make sure his crew was accurately paid. And then finally they reached town, and Phineas was still very much alive and looking around, acting like nothing had happened to him. And the co-workers helped him to his hotel, and Phineas just sat outside on a chair in front of his hotel, just people watching, while his crew went and got a doctor. A doctor soon arrived, and he too was completely shocked at Phineas's appearance, but even more so was Phineas's eyes. He looked at the doctor, and his eyes were totally focused, like he was all there, totally lucid, looking at the doctor, waiting for him to come over and help him out with his little injury. And when the doctor kind of timidly approached Phineas, Phineas very famously said as he sat on his chair, "Doctor, here's business enough for you." Like everyone else, the doctor fully assumed that despite Phineas's miraculous recovery from this injury, that he would soon die from this horrific wound in his head. And so the doctor moved Phineas up into the hotel, put him in a bed, and then basically made him comfortable. Now, the doctor at this point was not trying to save Phineas. He felt like there was nothing he could do to save Phineas. At this point, it was like mercy. Let's make this as pain-free as possible for Phineas as he inevitably dies from this injury. But Phineas didn't die. He would break out of it and basically be okay again. However, his personality at first, after he came out of this state of delirium, was not really the same. No longer was he this funny, smart, charming, confident leader. Instead, he was this guy who seemed to have lost all of his inhibitions and was kind of childlike. He swore all the time. He would tell people he had these crazy plans he was going to go do, but he would never follow through with them. And he would tell his nieces and nephews these wild stories about himself that were obviously made up and not even close to reality. But overall, he was okay, even though you could see his brain pulsing underneath his skin on the side of his head that had been blown off. And within a couple of years of this injury, those changes to Phineas's personality kind of faded, and he really did become old Phineas. However, there was one unique quirk to Phineas post-injury that never went away. And that was Phineas's kind of unhealthy love for the tamping iron that had blown through his head. After his injury, Phineas kind of stopped making friends, and any friends he did have, he really didn't try to keep those relationships up. He didn't get married, he didn't have kids. Instead, the tamping iron became sort of like his best friend. He took it everywhere with him, even posing at one point with the tamping iron the way you would expect a couple to pose for a photo. 12 years after his horrific injury, Phineas would develop seizures, likely from the injury, and then he would die with his beloved tamping rod right by his side.
Put them real close.
His case changed
get up real close to see him.
by showing that an injury to the brain could affect specific personality traits. Today, Phineas's skull and his tamping rod are on display at Harvard Medical School.
What even?
So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's story, be sure to check out our podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast. We have over 100 episodes, many of which are brand new and exclusive to the podcast, which means you cannot get them on YouTube. So go check it out. It's called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and it's available exclusively on Amazon Music.
Let's see. Do I want to add anything else, or do I want to leave it?
There are certain stories that legitimately just seem too strange to be true, and today's story is definitely one of those. But if you get to the end of this video, you will see that a major American educational institution fact-checked this story really aggressively, and it held up. It really happened. So go into today's very wild story with an open mind. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please...
Okay. Hold on. We'll do a different video.
In 1980...
Okay. Shush. Let me link you.
Yeah.
Boop, boop. Link, link.
In 1988, a waitress who was living in Central Florida had just begun her shift at a local diner when she's standing in the middle of the restaurant and her heart just starts racing like mad. Now, she had not been running around or doing any heavy lifting, so it didn't make any sense. And so, kind of startled by what was happening, she just turned around and went straight into the bathroom and sat down in a stall, waiting for this sensation to pass. But as she sat there, her heart just continued to beat like mad, and then she began to feel tingling in her feet and in her arms. And it was at that moment that she realized she was having a heart attack.
Ooh, I'll decorate.
Except she wasn't. Something much worse was happening to her. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please invite the like button to come ballroom dancing with you, But when you get out on the dance floor, just start stomping all over their feet, but don't acknowledge it. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. Peggy Carr's life had never been very easy. She was born in 1947 in a very small rural town in central Florida to parents who were deaf and who had almost no money. So from a young age, Peggy had to go to work, except the only jobs she could land were either extremely low paying or they were just outright dangerous, like overnight shifts at isolated truck stops on deserted highways where she would waitress there all by herself. But Peggy never complained about her job prospects. Instead, she just took whatever jobs were available because she knew that she and her family needed the money. And whenever she was working in a dangerous environment, she would intentionally put on this very tough exterior to make sure no one attempted to take advantage of her. And despite her small stature, she quickly developed a reputation amongst her coworkers as somebody you did not want to mess with. Peggy didn't take crap from anybody. But while this kind of prickly outer shell protected her from potential predators, it also warded off potential romantic partners that might have been interested in her, but were kind of intimidated when they interacted with her. But
is that not the
eventually,
point?
one man would cut through Peggy's defenses, and they would fall in love, and they would get married, and they would have 3 kids together, and everything was great until it wasn't. The marriage would crash and burn, and so by the mid-1980s, Peggy was a mid-30-somethings divorced mother of 3 teenage children who had to work overtime at a local diner just to barely make ends meet. And while she still acted very tough and composed when she was working or when she was out in public, when she was behind closed doors at her home with her kids, they saw the real side of Peggy. And that side was just kind of sad. I mean, life had just been kind of hard on her, and she had tried so hard to provide a safe and happy home for her kids, and she felt like she had kind of let them down. But her kids, on the other hand, were not bitter towards their mother for the divorce. It just pained them to see her so upset. And so her kids really hoped that one day their mom would meet somebody new, she would fall in love all over again, and maybe that would put a smile back on her face. And in late 1987, that is exactly what happened. That year, Peggy met a man named Perry Carr. Perry, who just went by his nickname, Pie, was a lot like Peggy. He was a recently divorced single father of 2 teenage children. He didn't take crap from anyone, and like Peggy, he had been kind of forced to start working at a fairly young age. When Peggy met him, he was living with his 2 kids in another tiny central Floridian rural town called Alturas, and he was the foreman of a local phosphate mining company there. Phosphate is a chemical that has a number of industrial and consumer uses. So Peggy and Pie, they start dating, and right away, Peggy's kids notice this huge shift in their mother. I mean, now she's all smiles, she's so happy. It seems like Pie is the knight in shining armor that's come to save the day. And then, just a couple of months later, in April of 1988, Pie and Peggy would get married, much to their children's excitement. And then after the marriage was finalized, Peggy and her 3 kids moved in with Pie and his 2 kids in his home in Alturas, Florida. And for a while, this newly blended family worked out perfectly, even though they were living in a fairly small house. And so all 5 of them were kind of all over each other, but they got along great. And it was kind of fun to have so many people in this house all the time. It was kind of crazy and hectic, and overall, the house just felt like it was bursting with life. But within a few months of Peggy and her kids moving in with Pie and his kids, Peggy and Pie started to have marital issues. It was like all their early chemistry had just totally vanished, and in its place was nothing. They basically completely resented each other, and everything they did upset the other person. And then, adding fuel to the fire, were rumors that began spreading around this small town where everybody knows each other, that Pie was apparently back together with an ex-girlfriend, and so he was having an affair. And so Pie, he denied these accusations, but Debbie totally believed them. And so their fights got worse and worse and worse, and the more they fought, the more a wedge was kind of driven down the center of this blended family, where Peggy's kids automatically took their mother's side and Pie's kids automatically took their dad's side. And so from the outside looking in, it seemed plainly obvious that Pie and Peggy's marriage was not going to last. But before their marriage could fall apart, something totally unexpected happened that would link these two families together forever. In late October of 1988, so 7 months into Peggy and Pie's now very rocky marriage, Pie suddenly got up one morning and just told Peggy he was leaving for the whole day to go hunting. This was not a planned trip, he just wanted to get away. And at this point, neither of them wanted to spend any time with each other, so Peggy didn't care. She said, go ahead, enjoy your trip, I'll see you later. And so Pie, he leaves the house, he gets in his truck, he drives off, and then a little while later, Peggy and her daughter, Sissy, they both get their things together, and they head out and they get in Peggy's car, and they drive into town. Both Peggy and her daughter worked at the same diner as waitresses, and they both had a shift that morning. And so they arrive at the diner, they both get out, they go inside, they get their things on, and they begin their shift like normal. But not long into the shift, Peggy was about to walk up to one of her tables when she noticed her heart was racing. And she had not been running around the restaurant. She had not done any heavy lifting. There was no reason for her heart to suddenly be beating at a really fast clip. And so initially, Peggy tried to just ignore it, thinking that her heart would slow down and she would go back to normal. But when her racing heart persisted, she walked away from the table she was waiting on and snuck off into the staff bathroom, and she sat in one of the stalls, she shut the door, and she just sat on the toilet waiting for her heart to stop racing. But as she sat there, not only did her heart only continue to thump like mad, but she started to notice her legs were tingling and so were her arms. Now, Peggy was a no-nonsense person. She was not prone to panicking or overreacting or anything like that. And so as she's sitting there feeling these symptoms, it dawns on her that maybe I'm having a heart attack. And so she decides, okay, I'm going to deal with this. She stands up, she opens the stall door, she goes to the sink, she washes her hands, she washes her face, she kind of calms herself down, and then she walks out of the bathroom, she goes right into the staff break room, and she tells her daughter, I think I'm having a heart attack. But don't worry, I'm just going to go home, I'm going to lay down. If this gets worse, I will go to the hospital. But for right now, I don't really know what it is, but I want to take it seriously.
How is that your
I'm gonna leave
response?
for the day. And so Sissy is looking at her mom, really concerned, but Sissy knows what her mom is like. Her mom is tough as nails. She is the type of person that's going to sleep off a heart attack. And so she says to her mom, okay, go home. I'll be sure to check on you as soon as I get back, and please call me if anything changes.
I would be like,
so Peggy,
Mom, are you
whose heart
fucking
was still
insane? Go
racing,
to the
and her
hospital.
arms and
What
her
are you
legs were
doing?
still tingling. She told her daughter, everything's going to be fine. And then she told her manager that she was leaving. And then Peggy slipped out the back door. She got in her car and she drove back home. When she got there, the house was empty. So she just went inside. She made her way to her bedroom and she lied down in her bed to try to get some rest. That afternoon, Peggy's son, Dwayne, came home from high school, and when he walked inside, he found his mother laying down in her bed. This was very unusual for Dwayne, because his mother never took naps. In fact, he could not recall a time ever that he saw his mom napping, even when she was sick.
There we go.
So concerned, he went into her bedroom, and she was facing away from him, and so he kind of jostled her awake, and when his mom rolled over to face him, her face was pale, she was sweating, she obviously had not been sleeping, she was gritting her teeth, and it looked like she was in a lot of pain or some sort of discomfort. And he said, Mom, geez, are you okay? And she would say to him, oh, no, I'm fine. I'm just sleeping something off. I got something going on. I think I have a flu or something. I don't know. I took off from work, so I'm just sleeping it off. And so Dwayne, he knows his mom
just these
is
two
tough as
pairs.
nails. And if
I only
she
have
says
these two
she's gonna
pairs to
sleep something
decorate.
off, then she'll be
I need to set
fine.
this somewhere safe
So
now.
Dwayne said, okay, well, let me know if you need anything. And so Dwayne began to walk away, but his mother would actually flag him back, and she would level with him, and she would tell him that actually something is wrong here. I feel like someone has poured fire down my veins, in my arms, and in my legs, and it is excruciatingly painful. And so Dwayne is hearing his mother say this, and he knows his mother is not the type of
this
person
one's
to
sort of more dry.
or exaggerate or anything. She is just straight no nonsense. And so for her to say this is the most excruciating pain she's ever been in, and she's laying in bed unable to move, He knew this was really
This pocket,
serious.
I still have
And
to
so
keep
Dwayne
out.
began telling his
For
mom
now.
that you got to go to the hospital. We need to get Pi here to drive you to the hospital, or we need to call an ambulance.
And
But
then-
something needs to be done here. But
Then
despite
you-
the pain she was in, Peggy was still a little bit reserved about it. She thought maybe she could just sleep it
It's
off.
fully dry.
But as they're having this kind
I
of
think it's
back and
just
forth
this
about
that's
what
not
to
fully
do,
dry yet.
Pi would return from his hunting trip. He would come in the house, and right away Dwayne would run over to him. He would explain to Pi, hey, this is not normal. My mom never ever acts this way. She never complains. This is really serious. You gotta take her to the hospital. But Pi would actually say, she's fine. I'm sure she just has a fever or maybe the flu. Yeah, she'll sleep it off. But when he walked into the bedroom and he
Fucking
saw
sus.
his wife looking so horrible and literally
what it
squirming
looked
in
like.
pain, he relented and said, okay, I'll take her to the hospital. And so Pi would have to literally carry Peggy out of the house, put her in his truck. He drove her to the hospital and then had to
goodness.
carry her into the hospital. And by the time Peggy was under doctor's care at the hospital, she no longer could talk. She was just moaning in agony from this excruciating pain in her limbs, and her heart was still racing, and she was nauseous, and she was vomiting. I mean, she was really spiraling quickly. And so after she's been admitted, the doctors
Turn to
turned
puppy
to
cam.
Pi and to Dwayne and to Sissy and to the other family members that had assembled, and they asked them, do you have any idea what could have caused this? And they all said, no, she just suddenly started feeling this way. And so the doctors, who were unable to ask Peggy, she was in such blinding pain she couldn't even talk, they just began running her through a wide-ranging series of tests to try to figure out what was going on. But when these results began coming in, either she was negative for the thing they were testing for, or it just came back that everything was normal. And so they're looking at Peggy, seeing her completely falling apart.
There we go.
None of their tests have revealed anything is wrong with her. And so they're at a loss. They don't know what's wrong with her. And so without a better option, they just put Peggy into a hospital room and begin monitoring her. And sure
You
enough,
want to be
after being
honest
in the
with me.
hospital
4
for
days
3
ago, your
days,
friend
Peggy's
opened the
symptoms would
site
come down.
and saw all
She
the
wasn't back
videos because your
completely
friend
to
is a
strength.
fan, and
She
I
was able
accidentally
to speak
peeked
again.
from
She
all
was
the
able to
videos I
eat
didn't
and
see his
drink water
partner.
and move around. She was still very uncomfortable. Her heart would still race periodically, and she would get fits of pain in all of her extremities. But overall, she
confused.
felt like she was really improving. And so after 3
My
days,
little
she was discharged from the hospital.
Discord.
And so Peggy and her family, they drive back to their home.
Ew, that's still
and
wet.
initially, everything's okay. It seems like she's on the mend. But within 24 hours, Peggy's heart starts to race again, and before long, her arms and legs feel like they are on fire. Now, Peggy and her family, they know that the doctors don't know what this condition is. And so their
That was
immediate
fun.
reaction was huge concern that Peggy, again, was suffering from this horrible thing. But going to the hospital didn't really feel like
Walked
the
in the middle of
obvious
a
first
conversation.
choice. In fact, the obvious
I'm not
first
gender
choice, at least
fluid.
for Peggy, was
I'm a
just to
man.
sit at the house and wait it out, the same way she had waited it out at the hospital. But over the next several days, despite laying in bed and resting as much as she could,
It definitely sounds
her
like she's being
symptoms
poisoned.
did not get any better. They got
'Cause,
worse and worse and worse, to the point where she literally was completely bedridden, and all she could do was just shake and periodically scream into her pillow from all the pain she was experiencing in her extremities. And so finally, on October 30th, which was 10 days
they do a
from the
toxicology
first day
report,
that Peggy
or-
felt these strange symptoms when she was at the diner, her family decided, you know what, enough is enough. She obviously is not able to just sleep off whatever this is. And so they called an ambulance, which rushed her to the hospital. And when she got there, the doctors, they remembered her from the week before, so they understood this was a bit of a mystery. But just in case, they ran the exact same battery of tests on her to see if maybe now there was some other indication of what this was. But again, all of the tests came back. They either came back negative or inconclusive,
Hi.
or just showed that, nothing was wrong with her. The doctors even ran her through some
Yeah, I think it's
tests
the fact
for
I'm single.
poison, thinking, maybe
A lot of people
accidentally
I haven't
ingested
streamed that much
something
on
toxic,
YouTube
and
since
that's
I
what's
came
causing
out.
all of this. But those
So the
tests as
combination of
well
those two
came back
things.
negative. And so totally stumped, the doctors decided the only thing they could do was once again put her in a hospital room and just monitor her. And so that night, Peggy was wheeled into a room, and all night, up and down that hospital wing, people listened to the sound of Peggy screaming at the top of her lungs from the pain she was
They
experiencing.
can't give her
And then the
morphine or
next morning,
something?
the whole situation got even worse.
I don't
Not
get
only
it.
for Peggy, who by now was dipping in and out of consciousness, but also for
Fuck,
the
I wanna
rest of
decorate
her
something
family.
else. Do I have anything
Because
else to
that
decorate?
morning, Peggy's son, Dwayne, and Peggy's stepson, so Pi's son, Travis, They were both admitted to the same hospital for exhibiting the same symptoms as Peggy.
Oh.
Their heart was racing, they were nauseous, they were vomiting, and their arms and legs were starting to tingle.
Oh, I
and so
do.
the doctors, with nothing else to
I have a
do,
black
just
shirt.
ran Dwayne and Travis through
Oh my
all
God,
the same
yes.
tests they had put Peggy
Okay.
through. They all came back negative, or they came back
You
normal.
just have a blank black
shortly
shirt.
after
Great.
Dwayne and Travis had been admitted to the hospital, a neurologist
Oh, dude, I love
was looking
regular show.
after Peggy. He noticed something about her condition, and suddenly it was like his medical training from back in
All right.
college kicked in,
What are we
and he
doing?
remembered something very specific that lined up exactly with what he was seeing in Peggy. And he suddenly realized that he knew what was going on. And so he told his colleagues, they ran out and they got this very specialized testing kit that doctors very rarely use. It's only for this one really specific
do I have
and
other
very
colors I
rare
can use?
condition. And they tested Dwayne and Travis and Peggy, and sure enough, the next day the results came back, and all three tested positive for this condition that the neurologist had guessed. And even though there was a cure for this condition, for Peggy, it was too late. Her body had been so completely ravaged that even if they administered the cure, it would not work fast enough to save her life. And so that day, the doctors went to Peggy, who, despite being on all these painkillers, is still squirming and writhing in pain and screaming into her pillow. They would tell her, "You're gonna die. The only thing we can do is try to make you as comfortable as possible, and then try to save your boys." Not long after being told this terrible news, Peggy would slip into a coma, and then 4 months later, on March 3rd, 1989, Peggy's family had to make the heart-wrenching decision to pull
4
her off
months?
life support. And then at that point, she passed away.
Holy
As
shit,
for her
dude.
2 boys, Dwayne would remain hospitalized for 2
2
months
colors.
and would make a full recovery.
Wish I had
As for
white.
Travis, he would remain hospitalized for 6 months, and while he would recover, he would never walk normally again. Even though the actual medical condition that killed Peggy and nearly killed Dwayne and Travis was completely known at this point, everybody knew what it was. What nobody could figure out was
Why it was happening?
this happened. Why in the world did this happen to these people? It made no sense. However, shortly after Peggy's death, that mystery would actually begin to unravel in the most bizarre and totally roundabout way. We've all been there. You're the host for the big summer barbecue, the guests are on their way, and you realize right at that moment as you're pulling it out of the oven that you've overcooked
It's an ad.
the zebra cornea souffle. With only minutes to spare, you leap head first out of your kitchen window, shattering the glass, cutting your body badly. Then you run into the nearby jungle and you tackle a wallaby and you knock a few teeth loose, you grab
What?
those teeth, you run back to your house, you dive, you dive. You dive back into your house head first through a different window. You cut yourself up badly again. You get inside your kitchen and you whip together a wallaby teeth salad just in time as your guests are coming in the door and right
Yeah, why
before
is
you
the
pass
husband
out from
not
blood
affected?
loss. Crisis averted, right? Wrong.
The fact he started
Zebra
laughing,
cornea
though.
souffle
That's so
and
funny.
wallaby teeth salad, they're not good. But what is good is HelloFresh.
Okay, let's see.
HelloFresh is a meal service that delivers actually
How do I
good
wanna
tasting
decorate
food
this
right to your
shirt?
doorstep. Between menu
I could do
items
a Don't
like
Bully
cheese
Me, I'll
stuffed
come.
burgers and grilled salmon with balsamic tomatoes.
Should I do that?
You are not only going to wow your barbecue guests, but also you're going to avoid jail time for poaching wallabies
I
and
could make
zebras,
another one.
and you're going to avoid expensive medical and repair
Don't
bills
Bully
from
Me,
all
I'll
the
come.
jumping out the windows you were doing.
Should I do
HelloFresh
it-
recipes include pre-portioned ingredients, which
What
means
color
less
should I
prep
do it
time
in?
and less wasted food. HelloFresh also offers a line of kid-friendly
What
recipes
color?
that are perfect for
I'm
families
feeling
that
like
are
one
looking
of
to try
these.
something new as the summer winds down and we get ready for school to start up again.
Here, I'll
So,
let you guys
if you're
vote.
ready to stop choking down zebra corneas and wallaby teeth, then you need to sign up for HelloFresh today. To do that, go to HelloFresh.com and use code MrBallin16 for
Oh, no, you're
16
fine.
free
I
meals
don't
across
care if
7
people, like-
boxes and 3 free gifts.
Listen, if you and your friends want to go in and buy my content together or something, I don't care about that. I care if people are like openly leaking my shit, but just sharing between friends, I don't give a shit, bro. That's expected. Not a problem.
Again, go to HelloFresh.com and use code
I'm not expecting everyone to, like,
16 for
log
16
into their
free
own
meals
fucking
across
account
7
to view it,
boxes
like-
and 3 free gifts. Okay, back to the story.
Don't bully me. All come. 5 colors.
There is an international
Or 5
organization
words. I
called
could
Mensa.
It's
rotate.
not
an acronym. It's a Latin word that roughly translates
That could
to
work.
table or mind. And this organization is a highly exclusive society for the ultra intelligent. You literally have to prove that your IQ, which is an intelligence test, ranks in the top 2% out of everybody in the entire world. And even then, you
feel
may
like it
not
should
be
be
smart
one
enough to
color,
get in.
though.
And in the same town that Peggy and Pi had lived, in Alturas, Florida, there was a chapter
do
of
coal.
Mensa. And the way some of these chapters worked is they would just get together every month and do some sort of intellectually stimulating activity. And in Alturas, that Mensa chapter, what they would do is they would get together at some private location once a month, and they would put on what they called a murder mystery weekend. The members of this chapter would head off to some private location like an inn or a hotel or a cabin or something, and they would all role play a murder investigation. So 1 or 2 of the Mensa members would come up with a very elaborate murder and subsequent investigation, and they would assign different fake characters to each of the real Mensa members. And so once they got there, they'd all find out what character they were and what they were responsible for. And then once they got into
How does this relate?
included dressing up in costumes, they would remain in character until the killer was revealed. And so this activity was meant to be extremely intellectually challenging, but also it was extremely fun. The group loved these murder mystery weekends.
You
And
guys
so
wanted
with
to
that
be
in
pink.
mind, just a couple of weeks after Peggy had passed
Pink
away,
for the
this
boys,
was
let's
sometime
go.
in April of
Listen,
1989,
pink was originally a
new
boy's color.
genius was accepted
Okay?
into the ranks of the Alturas Mensa chapter.
So-
Her name was Sherry Gwynn, and she was a middle-aged woman who had recently fled from Texas
We're voting
to
for what
Central
color?
Florida to get away from her abusive husband, who
What
still
color should
lived
be
in
running?
Texas. After she was accepted into
I'm
the
gonna make
Mensa
it, like,
chapter,
cutesy,
it
I
became
think.
abundantly
I'm gonna,
clear
like,
to the members
don't bully me, I'll
that
come,
Sherry was eager
and then
to
I'll
make
do,
friends.
like,
But not just any friends.
a
She wanted to
little,
make friends with
like,
2
blushing
very
smiley face
specific
or something.
members of the Alturas Mensa chapter. And they were Diana Carr, who had no relationship to Pi Carr or his family, and Diana's husband, whose name was George Trapal. Diana
Okay,
was
pink
a
is,
very
like,
successful
demolishing the
orthopedic
pole, so
surgeon who had her own practice in
gonna
Alturas, Florida.
call that.
And George was this computer programmer who had more advanced degrees than you could count. And critically,
Let's see.
Diana and George
Let's see
just
if I have
so
something I
happened
can use
to live
to write
right next
with.
door to Peggy and Pi's house.
Better.
Even though Sherry came on really strong right away to try to become friends with Diana and George, neither of them were fazed. The couple just figured, here's a woman who's living by herself. She's moved to a brand new area. She's run away from an abusive husband. It's no wonder she wants friends, and so she probably just needs some support. And so Diana and George were happy to just become her friend. The same month that Sherry was accepted into the Alturas Mensa chapter, George and Diana happened to be chosen as the people responsible for coming up with the complicated scenario that the group would act out during their murder mystery weekend that month. So George and Diana very diligently sat down and went over how to make the case as complicated as they could, and George took on the responsibility of really focusing on exactly how the victim in their fake scenario would be killed, because he was really trying to make it as difficult as he possibly could, and he was trying to find the perfect murder that would be nearly impossible to solve. And so he came up with his very elaborate murder scene, and then between him and what his wife was creating, they put together this really intense and very complicated scenario that they were both very happy about. And so a couple of days later, it was time to head out for the murder mystery weekend that George and Diana had worked so hard on. And so they went and printed off a whole bunch of those cards that would have all the information about who each of the Mensa members were going to be in this role-playing game. And there was some initial information about the murder that was committed.
I accidentally
so-called
set the one
perfect
pair of
crime
jeans
that George
and it,
had come up with.
like,
And so they printed all
when
those
I set it
cards out,
down,
they
part
grabbed
of
their
it landed on
costumes,
the
they
other
packed their
pair of
stuff up,
jeans,
they hopped in the
and,
car, and they drove to the nearby inn where they met up.
So I'm gonna
with
have
the
to fix
rest of
that
the
later.
Mensa members,
Fun.
which included Sherry. And so they get to this inn, everybody checks in, and then afterwards,
I did
they
not
all
notice
meet up in
that.
the lobby where George and Diana hand out their cards that have the information about the role-playing game. And so everybody's reading it and figuring out what they're going to do with their character, and everyone's
black's a
also
good
looking
combo.
at the the
gonna use
so-called
this to write
perfect
it
crime that George had come up with, that he was also very proud about, and he was kind of boasting to the audience about how difficult this weekend was going to be. He really came up with the perfect crime. And so as all the members are reading their cards, Sherry would see the murder weapon used in this game, and she would become fascinated with it. And she would make a point of going over to George and asking him lots and lots of questions about how he came up with this particular choice of a murder weapon and what actually happens when this is used on a person, not just in the game, but in real life. It was like Sherry had become obsessed with this exact form of murder. She was so interested in it. And George, he was immediately aware that Sherry was kind of unnaturally interested in exactly how he had come up with the scheme. But in a way, it was kind of flattering for George because he had spent a lot of time constructing it to make it as complicated as he could. And so he indulged Sherry, and he sat there and told her everything about this particular weapon and what it does to the human body and, how you can get it and what the history of this weapon was. And the whole time, Sherry is just totally locked in. I mean, she's really focused on this particular style of murder. And so that murder mystery weekend would eventually come to an end, and all the Mensa members would think it was great, and they would head home. And then, over the course of nearly a year after that, Sherry would be a near constant in George and Diana's lives. I mean, she was always around them. She always wanted to meet up with them. She was always talking to them and asking them questions and calling. And anytime she was with them, she always wanted to be with George. And when she was with George, a lot of times she would bring up that very particular murder method that he had come up with for the murder mystery weekend. And George just continued to think this was just the greatest thing. It was so flattering that she thought he was so smart, that he had come up with the perfect crime. And so anytime she wanted to talk about it, he would just indulge her because it made him feel really good. And if George and Diana had seen any red flags in Sherry with her behavior towards them, they certainly didn't show it. They basically were operating under the assumption that Sherry, no matter what, was just this helpless, harmless person who had come to Central Florida, and she was trying to be their friend, and so they should try to be her friend back. But, as they would soon find out, they were very, very wrong about Sherry. In December of 1989, so roughly 8 months after George and Diana had first met Sherry, Diana decided she wanted to move her medical practice from Alturas to a neighboring town called Sebring. And the drive from where their house was in Alturas to where her new office was going to be was just far enough that it made sense for George and Diana to relocate to Sebring. And when Sherry discovered that the couple was moving, she immediately called George and said, "Please, let me rent out your house. I don't have a place to stay. I've been staying with friends. I'll pay whatever rent you want." And as it happened, George and Diana had actually talked about keeping the house and renting it out. And so it was actually a pretty easy decision. They trusted Sherry, and so they said, "You know what? That's fine. You can rent out the house."
So did she poison? I'm so fucking confused.
If this is a long-term solution or not. And within just a couple of hours, Sherry was on Diana and George's doorstep with a sleeping bag and a small bag of toiletries ready to go inside. And so George and Diana, they grabbed the last couple of things they needed.
How's my
and then
Japanese?
as they walked out the front door, they gave their house key to Sherry and told her, hey, if you need anything, just give us a call. And then George and Diana, they climbed into their car. And as soon as they had drove off and were out of view, Sherry dropped her things and she kind of looked around. And then she ran inside the house. And just minutes later, practically the entire Alturas Police Department came crashing through that front door after Sherry. And within an hour, the police department would find something that would not only reveal the true identity of Sherry and her true intentions, but it would also reveal the truth about what happened to Peggy and her family. A couple of days before Peggy first started feeling bad, her heart started racing, and her arms and legs began tingling at the diner, a couple of days before that, someone had placed 8 Coca-Cola bottles, so full sodas, glass bottles, inside of Peggy and Pi's kitchen. And they set these 8 drinks kind of tucked away inside of a storage nook. A couple of days later, the family discovered these sodas, but they didn't think anything of it. They figured somebody else in the family had bought them and left them in the kitchen, and so they were fair game. So before long, Peggy and the rest of her family were drinking these Cokes. But Peggy, who was notorious for loving Coca-Cola, drank way more than anybody else. Well, it would turn out all 8 of those Coca-Colas had been tampered with. They all contained a significant dose of the heavy metal called thallium. Thallium is
Okay.
odorless, it's colorless, it's tasteless, and even though there are very small trace amounts that naturally occur inside
What
of
are you
our
doing over
bodies,
there?
if there's even a little bit more than that inside of our bloodstream,
cuddly
it
man.
becomes lethal. And so when Peggy was admitted to the hospital the second time, around the same time that Dwayne and Travis were also admitted, that neurologist who was looking at Peggy, what he noticed about her condition was that her hair was starting to fall out. And that's when it clicked for him. He had this flashback to his medical training where he was taught about thallium poisoning. And one of the symptoms was hair loss. The other symptom was extreme pain in the extremities. And so the neurologist and his colleagues went and got a thallium test kit, and they tested Dwayne and Travis and Peggy, and they all came back positive for thallium poisoning, but the level of thallium inside of them was astronomical. The boys are lucky to have survived. They had 20,000 times the
So why
amount
didn't the
that
husband
naturally
get it?
occurs inside
I'm
of
so
the body.
confused.
As for Peggy, she had an astounding 50,000 times the amount that naturally occurs. Way more than was lethal. And so that was why the doctors told her, there's nothing we can do. Your body is basically already dead. You're just technically still alive right now. And so the rest of the family, besides Dwayne and Travis, would also test for thallium, and they would all, with the exception of one child, have elevated levels of thallium. However, compared to Dwayne, Travis, and Peggy, of course,
Okay,
their
so
conditions
they
were
did,
negligible, and they
but
would all make
just
full
not as
recoveries. And so the doctors realized fairly early on that this family has been poisoned, and so they contacted the police, who launched an investigation. And right away, their primary suspect was Pi. He and Peggy had been fighting extensively before she fell ill. He also had that kind of abrupt hunting trip that lined up with the day Peggy started feeling sick, and so they're thinking, okay, well, did that have something to do with how he planted the thallium?
All right, little man,
And then
I'm gonna
also
put you
there was
down.
the fact that
I love you,
Pi
Mom.
worked at the phosphate mining company and so had access to fairly rare chemicals. However, upon closer inspection, Pi did not have access to
doggy.
thallium specifically. Thallium is incredibly rare and very expensive. And it just seemed odd that he would use thallium to poison and kill his wife, but he would also poison himself and his son.
Yeah, it's part of the storytelling
It just
that he
really add
didn't
up. And so Pi
let
would
that
get ruled out as a suspect
be
fairly
part of it
quickly.
earlier.
But during one of his last interrogations, he would give the police something he didn't think was very valuable, but it wound up being very significant.
Actually,
He
part
would
of me wants to
say
do this
that
on the
3
ground.
months before Peggy got sick, their family
feel like
received
it'd be
a
easier
death
to
threat.
do this on the
He
ground.
opened the mail one day, and there was this typed out note that said, your family needs to leave Florida in the next 2 weeks or you're all going to die. But Pi thought it was some stupid teenage prank, and so he didn't think anything of it. And then when 2 weeks went by and they weren't dead, he just kind of forgot about it. And so after the police have ruled Pi
What
out
even?
as a suspect, they didn't know where to turn. They had no
so
other
weird.
suspects. And so they just began focusing on who might have written this note. And that's where Sherry comes in. Sherry Gwynn was not a Texas transplant who had come to Central Florida to run away from her abusive husband. Sherry Gwynn wasn't even her real name. Her real name was Susan Galeck, and she had lived in Central Florida for most of her life. Susan was very smart, but she certainly was not Mensa-level genius smart.
But he's not
And so
summarizing the
almost
crime,
certainly
he's
her
telling a
paperwork
story.
that got her in to the Alturas Mensa chapter was forged. Susan also had absolutely no interest in becoming real friends with Diana and George. The only reason she was pretending to be their friends and wanting to be around them all the time is because she was studying them.
She wanted
Because
to kill
Susan
him?
was actually an undercover police officer.
Wait,
she
what?
had been sent undercover after the police discovered Diana and George were responsible for that death threat letter that was sent to
Wait,
Peggy
what?
and Pi. It would turn out Diana and George hated Peggy, Pi, and their kids.
Why?
Hated them. They thought they were obnoxious. They were too noisy. They were annoying. And so Diana, who for context was the type of person who would stop people mid-sentence and correct them if they ever referred to her as anything other than Dr. Carr, she had gotten into at least 1 or 2 serious yelling fights with Peggy and with Pi and their kids when she had gone over to tell them to turn their music down and be quiet and do this and
Really?
do that.
It's about
Peggy
that?
and Pi, they're not putting up with that. They just told her to get out of here. As for George, he didn't get into any public altercations with Peggy and Pi and their family. George was a very meek and submissive guy. He was very meager, and he was mostly a recluse. But he spent virtually all day peering out out the window at Peggy and Pi and their family, studying what they were doing and obsessing over how noisy and obnoxious they were. And as he's seeing his wife getting more and more frustrated with their neighbors, George finally decides he's going to take drastic action. And so that's when George types out that death threat and he sends it across the way. But after Pi reads it, nothing happens. They don't leave Florida within 2 weeks. And so George went to phase 2 of his plan. George had actually spent time in a federal prison in the 1970s for cooking meth. And one of the byproducts of making meth is thallium. So George used his old meth cooking skills and he whipped up some thallium and he put lethal doses of thallium in 8 different Coca-Cola bottles. And then after mixing them all up so you couldn't tell there was any chemical inside of them, he used his bottle topping machine to put tops back on top of each of them. George made his own beer, and so that's why he had a topping machine at his house. And so with his 8 deadly drinks all prepared, looking like brand new Coca-Colas, George waited until Peggy and Pi and her family were out of their house. And then he snuck over and he walked into their kitchen and he placed these Coca-Colas right down on the kitchen counter and he slid them into a storage nook, and then he left the house, and that was it. And over the next several weeks, he watched with absolute pleasure as the family got sick and then Peggy died. While George never actually admitted that he had poisoned his neighbors, he did do some things that really tipped off Susan that he had to be the guy. Like, for example, that Mensa mystery murder weekend, the murder method that George had come up with was poisoning. And remember, at that point, Susan has been sent undercover to find out if George and Diana are responsible for poisoning their neighbors. And now George is sitting up there talking about the perfect crime he's come up with, and it's poisoning. And so that was why she had followed up with him really specifically on, wow, what else do you know about poisoning? And how did you learn about poisoning? And what kind of poisons do you know about? And over the following months, even though Susan never got George to actually admit to her when she was undercover recording him that he was the poisoner, she did completely earn his trust. And she did this by always making sure she was very submissive around him and always made sure to stroke his ego and remind him how smart he was. I mean, George was used to being in a relationship with Diana, who was extremely overbearing and kind of kept him under her thumb. And so Susan kind of allowed George to feel like he was in control for once. And he loved it. And so he completely trusted Susan to the point where when he and Diana were going to move out of Alturas, they were willing to rent their house to Susan. And this is important because the house had not actually been emptied. A lot of their things were still in the house, including George's things. And so he just assumed Susan would never go through his things. But as soon as Susan was in that house and she watched George and Diana drive off, she immediately called in backup. The police swarmed the house. They searched it top to bottom.
Ugh, someone calling me. Oh, my mom is.
And in the garage, they found George's chemistry equipment, and nestled underneath it was a bottle that contained thallium. George would be found guilty of first-degree murder, as well as attempted murder on the rest of Peggy's family, and he would be sentenced to death. As of this episode, he is still alive, and he is still on death row. As for his wife, Diana, who many people believe must have had something to do with the poisoning, or must have at least known it was happening, was never actually charged with anything. And so she would eventually divorce George and move on with her life and remarry.
Bruh, that's crazy.
So that's going to do it. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, please invite the like button to come ballroom dancing with you.
Wild.
But when you get out on the dance floor, just start stomping all over their feet and don't acknowledge it. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. We now have a podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and we upload on Mondays and Thursdays. You can find that podcast on YouTube under the name Mr. Ballin Podcast. You can also find it on Spotify, Apple, Amazon, Google, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. We now have a registered 501c3 charitable organization called the Mr. Ballin Foundation, which makes it as easy as possible for you to join me, my wife, my family, my team, in supporting those whose lives have been most impacted by violent and heinous crime. Monthly donors to the Mr. Ballin Foundation Honor Them Society will receive free gifts and exclusive invites to live events. But
the stories
the
are
real
fucking
reward
insane.
is helping to create a new ending to the story for victims of violent crime. Go to MrBallin.foundation and click Get Involved to join the Honor Them Society today. We also have 2 additional YouTube channels called Mr. Ballin Shorts and Mr. Ballin en Espanol. We also post near daily content.
Alright, I'm gonna switch it up. Let's listen to something else. Let's listen to one of the crime scene interrogation ones. What was the one that we did last time? Oh, that chapter. That was that one. Because he has a good voice. So we'll do him. Shush. Okay, we'll do this video next.
When Charleston, anything. I wish I never came to Charleston. It's been a nightmare, I'm sure, for them as much as it is for me.
Oh yeah, if you want to link me that, I can watch that one.
He's standing here. He picked up the wine
I
bottle.
forgot about that. Thanks for the reminder.
Reverse twice.
Would you go hurt someone else?
Are you kidding me?
I mean, you would agree you're a pathological liar.
No, I would not.
No.
No, I would not.
Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this whole video, we're going to talk about a train, which is fitting. It's fitting because this story is kind of like a journey. See? It's all coming together. Kate Waring was a matchmaker. Though when I say matchmaker, I really mean she lit a match that would end not great for her. She came from a wealthy family, loved traveling, but on one train journey she would make a friend who did nothing but hold Kate with lies. You got the fraud, you got the money, you got the match made in HE double hockey sticks, and then you got it all ending in kind of the most unpleasant way. Let's give it a go.
I'm curious to see how this pink dries on the black.
It all began on the Palmetto train, and a train ran by Amtrak, and it goes from New York City all the way down to Savannah, Georgia. It runs for 829 miles through Washington, D.C., Richmond, Fayetteville, Charleston, before ending on down in Georgia, boy. It takes about 15 hours to do the whole thing, 23 stops, but a tall redhead, 28 years old, name of Kate Waring, was not doing the whole thing. That morning in May 2009, she was going from Washington, D.C., and she'd be getting off home down in Charleston, South Carolina. Kate was a daughter of the South, growing up in a wealthy family that could trace its lineage back generations in the area. Her parents, Tom and Janice, only ever had one daughter, Kate, and she was the apple of their eye, as you can imagine. Or maybe you can't, I don't know. Kate had 2 brothers, one younger, one older, and she was someone who was gonna get out there and do shit. School, not really for her. She was smart, too smart to be taught she had to do. She was kind, she cared for those around her, especially if she saw somebody who was vulnerable. And it was the same like with animals. When she saw a stray, she had to, take care of it. Now, it wasn't all roses for Kate. Her family would later learn that she'd actually been sexually abused when she was a kid by a family friend, and then as she got older, she would develop, issues, eating disorders, depression, and she would turn to alcohol as a coping mechanism, and she was kind of just a little bit all over the place. I mean that physically, too, as, the only thing that seemed to help with all of this for Kate was traveling. Traveling, it would turn out, would be just the ticket. Is that a pun, or... At first with her dad, then on her lonesome, Moscow became a favorite place of hers. She loved the culture and the language. Really? And hence why she was in Washington, D.C. She was applying, for a long-term visa. Now, it turned out there were some issues, paperwork, bullshit, so she was heading on back down home to Charleston, and she was excited. She had been taking some college classes at the time, and yeah, she was, fine. It's all good. That trip, that train journey, the Amtrak journey from DC to Charleston, it took about 9 hours. 9.5 hours. But yeah, she was,
Fuck that.
be doing college work and that kind of thing while on the train. But during that train ride, she just so happened to end up yapping away to another person on the train. She started a conversation with another woman. A conversation that would lead to a friendship and ultimately to death. 1 month later, in June 2009, Kate stopped texting her parents. Now, what was noticeable, like, from the start, she was daddy's girl. Like, she texted a lot. And I mean, like, a lot. And Tom Waring, he noticed. And he also noticed Kate was not really around, and it seemed like she hadn't been for a couple of days. See, Tom and his wife, they were in, like, their second home just outside of Charleston at the time, so they went back to their, you know, their main house where Kate was living, and they walked around, and they were like, where's Kate? Why isn't she here? She's not on her phone. They went into her room. In her room, they even saw all her prescriptions and medications were there. If Kate had planned to go away for a couple of days, she would have taken them. She also would have told her parents. They called her friends. Nothing. So then they began to think, you know, maybe she'd fallen off the wagon. You know, she'd fallen back into the substance abuse issues she'd had previously. The one that traveling helped her kick. They called her into hospitals. They called her into jails. No one had a feisty redhead name of Kate. It was then on Monday, the 15th of June, that the family were thinking, all right, if we don't hear from Kate in a couple of hours, we are calling up. Like, we're gonna make a police report, a missing persons report for Kate. But it was then that Tom got a call from Kate's bank. They were calling a bank teller because a man had come in to cash a check made out by Kate Waring. But there were two problems with it. One was that Kate only had about $100 in her account. This check was made out for $4,500. So it's just a little bit more. And
Just
second
a
of
little
all,
bit.
the signature didn't match. It looked like it was forged. That guy's name was Ethan Mack. Now, Tom didn't know Ethan personally, but he'd heard the name from Kate, that he was a friend. But Tom called the police. Now, Ethan worked in a hotel in Charleston, and he had known Kate for years. In fact, according to a few people, he was her best friend. They were super tight. They had been for years. Now, it was never a romantic relationship. Ethan would say, you know, they were more like siblings. You know, he was like an older brother who would always look out for her, who had helped her through, you know, some of the issues she had gone through throughout her life. But now it seemed like he was trying to cash forged checks. But when the police confronted Ethan about, like, hey, that is bullshit, he said, no, Kate gave me this check. She'd borrowed some money from me, and this was her giving me a check to pay it back. So hence why, yada, yada, yada. But it still was like, oh, nice she wrote this. Ethan said he had last seen Kate on the Friday night, the 12th of June. So the Friday before, this is the Monday. And the Friday before, they had gone out for dinner, they had gone out for drinks, and then he dropped her home, that night. They texted a bit. That was it. Shinny. Now text messages backed that up, and Ethan let the police search his home. You know, just for any clues that Kate was there. Or rather, he let the police search the home he lived in with his mother, where he told the police
Oh, the box.
was his home. So, where the hell was Kate?
Back off. Stay back.
Her phone last pinged miles from her house, but police thought the tower closer may have just been busy, and hence why it went to the next tower. And that, in fact, she was probably at home, and that was that. She was 28 years of age. There was no evidence of crime here or foul play. She could have just gone on, off by herself, and so there was nothing really for the police to do, or at least, nothing to justify them following up with a big old missing persons investigation. Maybe she ran off to Moscow. Family, though, not convinced. I mean, she was always in contact with her parents. And now it was days and
feel like
weeks
I wanna add-
since they'd last heard from her, and same with her friends. They
Like, I kinda wanna do it in
from
black.
her. She was seen on CCTV that day, the Friday, the day people last saw her, refilling a prescription. But she'd also spoken to her parents about she feared she was getting into some kind of trouble. Now, she never actually elaborated on what this actual trouble was. She never elaborated on the trouble, but they kind of got a feeling that something may have been off, but they had nothing to go off of. And months would go by. Summer would become autumn, and a couple of other friends would come forward and say, yeah, they had last spoken to Kate, and things were weird. One person said they got a text from Kate saying she was off to Greenville to find some lovely. Now, she never actually said what lovely was, and that she was going to be back in a few days. Obviously, she ain't back in a few days. And another friend said that Kate had told him about So they were worried. Kate was worried that her identity was being stolen and that somebody was opening credit cards in her name. And so, with the police not really kind of doing anything, her parents, they hired some private investigators to dig into all of these rumors and things, those about where Kate was and what had been going on in the days leading up to her disappearance.
Thanked police for the work they've done and said she just wants Kate back home.
We feel hopeful, and we've gone on for 4 months now. We're missing her so much. We dearly love her. It's been heartbreaking for our family not to know where she is, and I'm just hoping that something will break pretty soon now.
And the tower where her phone last pinged. Now, the police quickly discarded that, saying, oh, it's probably just the tower closer to her house was busy, and it just went to the next tower, it's fine. Private investigators didn't discard it those quickly. They thought maybe she had been traveling in that direction out towards these little islands and swamps. And that when her phone pinged, it had been a call to her own voicemail. Kate never checked her voicemail. Her voicemail was actually full. She never even checked it. And so with a bit of digging and a bit of doodling, the PIs went back to Ethan Mack, who, as we know, was the last person to see Kate alive. At least that's what he said. And so they also learned that Ethan had a girlfriend named of Heather Camp.
Hey, what are you doing? See the maps?
Heather Camp had been at Kate's home before. Her parents knew of her. In fact, that's why Ethan and Heather were dating. Kate had introduced them. She'd been a matchmaker. Heather Camp was also the woman Kate struck up a friendship with as she went on a train from DC back to Charleston. They had become fast friends, especially after Heather told Kate, during this train journey that she was moving to Charleston. She was on the train because she was starting a new job. She was a pediatric surgeon, and she was starting a new job in a hospital in Charleston. But hadn't she just been robbed? Didn't have a penny to her name. And didn't Kate, well, love hearts kind of like throwing her eyes like, oh, I'll take care of you. I get you. And so now Heather, she was living with Ethan in an apartment after Kate introduced them. Kate said, hey, Ethan's my longtime best buddy pal, and Heather, you my new best buddy pal. Clink. And so Heather now was living with Ethan in an apartment the police never searched, because Ethan lied to the police, saying that he lived with his mother when he did not live there. No, sir. And so the private detectives who were searching around for everybody around Kate and the last people, if Ethan had been the last person to see Kate, maybe Heather had too. Possible. And they also learned a little bit about Heather, She was a con artist. And Heather and her eyebrows had been arrested for forgery in numerous states and had no medical licenses, degree, or anything. Was she actually going to work in the pediatric department of a children's, hospital? Was she fuck? Oh. But as soon as you hear, oh, well, I'm a doctor, I help sick children. Come on. What you're immediately gonna go?
There's a tiny little face.
Heather Camp had even just recently been arrested for taking a blood sample of a 6-year-old girl she'd been babysitting. Heather Camp has no medical, she was arrested for assault. And what Heather Camp's usual kind of modus operandi, me using big words, was to meet a man, meet a buccal, then move in with him,
nice,
fleece him for pretty much everything he had, then get in a huge amount of debt, leave him in that debt, rinse and repeat. She would tell people, she was the daughter royalty of was related to the
the pink looked good.
Shite. Pure shite.
Definitely looked
Weird
good.
as all shite. Though her biggest crime was this picture.
Yay.
And now with a convicted fraudster,
Sorry, what
entering
picture?
the picture. Yeah, all this sorts of shite. Pure shite. Weird as all shite. Though her biggest crime was this picture.
Oh. Yeah,
and now with a convicted fraudster, entering in the picture. This forged check kind of makes a lot more sense. Kate made friends with Heather on a train. Heather, full-time liar. And then Heather gets involved with Kate's best friend, Ethan. Then Kate disappears. It would also turn out that dinner, Ethan said dinner, drinks he went to with Kate on the Friday night, the night when she was last seen alive. The bill for that was it's a lot of food, as in maybe more for 3 people, not 2. Heather was probably there at that dinner also. And then Ethan lied to the police about where he lived, of all things. I hear you're barking, big dog. Shit be shady. So the PIs took all this to the police, and they said, look at all this shit. There's something seriously wrong going on here. Her best friend and his new girlfriend are really weird, and like, this is no bueno. The police, though, they still had no interest in this. And so the PI started watching Ethan and Heather themselves. They even set up like a little camera looking at Ethan's house, and they found out that, or his apartment, and they found out that when Ethan was going to work Heather, she was off riding a neighbor. It would be months later where essentially PIs doing all of the legwork that Ethan and Heather would be arrested and charged with forgery of the Kate Waring check.
2009 Fugitive from Justice, pending.
Judge Linda Lombard said it was their criminal record that convinced her Ethan Mack and Heather Kemp should get a high bond.
They do not.
She called the
They are
couple
just normal
dangerous.
retreats.
Kemp, the judge says, is a fugitive in 4 states with a second-degree robbery conviction. Mack said to have a couple of drug charges and 1 gun charge from 2007 that is still pending. Mack's lawyer used his slim criminal record and the fact that he's from here and has roots here as a reason why he is not a flight risk. But the judge didn't buy it.
The bond on each count is $100,000. Each of them has 2 counts. The total bond is $200,000.
I met her as Angelica Walker.
Steve Ferry says Angelica is the same woman we know as Heather Camp. He says she's used several names. Harry hasn't been contacted by Charleston authorities and wonders why. He says she wrote a check on his account in Indiana, then tried to pay him back with a check stolen from a different account.
She wrote it to me to pay for the check that she had stolen from me.
Harry calls her a pathological liar who clearly needs help. At the time of her arrest in Charleston, Camp reportedly claimed to be pregnant. Perry tells me she's lied about being pregnant many times, but he says she does have 2 children, a boy and a girl.
And she went to take me to meet them. That's when I realized that this is the foster parent that brought the children to a supervised visitation.
The foster care situation, he said, she tried to cover up. Another cover-up, he says, the claim she was a nurse.
And that is when things began to crack. See, Ethan, you know, at his bond
I think after this video, I'll probably have to get off stream because I've been going for almost 6 hours. And I gotta take these baths out.
Family was there. He had like
take care of
family, friends, top local defenders, all there out to bat for him. Heather had no one. She was there by herself. And with her record, she would need a speedboat to get out of Shit Creek. And so the police went to her. The PIs went to her. They all went to her and said,
"Hey, good little man.
What happened to Kate? What happened to Kate?"
Hey, good little Bobby.
Let's have him on what? A forgery? And if he gets out, do you know what happens to me?
You think he's getting out right now? I mean, come on.
Hey, you a Bobby?
What do you think where he's going to bond out?
Bobby.
What you're telling me is he killed her.
Bobby.
He killed her and he hid the body.
Yeah, I'll put up a schedule.
Where did he kill her? Right?
I'll put up a schedule later.
It didn't happen on Riley Road?
You happy, man? Getting the pets? Getting the buddy pets?
You had every chance to come clean when we brought you in over here.
He's hiding.
You didn't. You didn't. And I'm supposed to believe that it was because you were so afraid of me.
Yeah.
That's why you couldn't
Today
tell
went by
me.
fast. Soul?
Come on, Heather.
Ma'am.
How much more is there? All right, you're telling he killed her. All right, he killed her. It was an accident. It was an accident. If you freaked out, you didn't know what to do. You didn't know what to do.
I still love him, no matter what.
Heather told them an island where Kate's body had been dumped. She told them the pawn shops where they'd sold her jewelry, and she told them where they could find a few more things hidden in their apartment. She pointed them towards Wadmala Island. You'd pass through James Island on your way there, and it was there they found the bones of Kate Waring, or rather, the private investigators did, once again.
Oh, what's the address of emergency?
Yes, ma'am. This is Robert Minter.
Okay, you need police, fire, or EMS, sir?
Police.
What's the address, then?
There's no address.
Nice. No, I can't stay up late. I have to do something in the morning, so I need to go to sleep at a normal time today.
Yes, you know we did.
In the woods?
Yes. Hello?
Hey, Sarge.
Mm-hmm.
You ready for this?
No.
This guy is adamant that he found Kate Waring in the woods off of Polly Point Road.
Off of where?
Polly Point Road in Guatemala Island.
Alright. How's he adamant?
Oh, more snacks. Oh, more snacks for cute Bobs. Do you
Heather
want
would
to
take a
snack
deal.
it?
She would plead
Wait.
guilty to murder,
Okay,
and,
put him over here.
for a reduced sentence, and would testify
Jesus
against
Christ, dog.
Ethan Max, saying,
Don't
you know,
do
they
that.
both killed her, but
Ow.
Ethan who had dealt,
First of
you know,
all,
the
ow,
killing blow.
my leg. Second of all,
wanting to do now is have you
there was no reason. I was gonna let you down.
where the suitcase was.
I was gonna let you down like a normal puppy.
When Ethan struck her with the
He's
water
vicious. He's vicious.
Still in the suitcase.
Vicious Baba.
The case was open. Grabbed the wine bottle. Came back around here. I moved. I'm standing here.
Hello.
He's standing here. He picked up the wine bottle. He had it reversed twice. For the first 2 times, it could hear like a crunch, but the bottle didn't break. The 3rd time was the time that the bottom of it broke, but the top part was still intact.
Good job,
Took
Babs.
her out and put her on
Good little
and
Babs.
then I helped him grab
God, fucking scratch the shit out of me.
blanket.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Lex.
The living room floor is the kitchen where she was laying this way, and she in the bathroom he had already bags over her feet.
Miso's like, does that mean we get more? Sure, Baba. Sure, Baba. Sure, Baba.
So from that point, a couple of hours until the morning, he went to the store and got the other stuff. I don't remember which store it was. He got the mop, the OxyClean stuff, 2 pairs of gloves and stuff.
Don't steal.
We cleaned the inside of the house, walls, the bathroom, everything.
Yeah, ever since he got them fixed, he's a menace.
The problem with that, though, is that Heather was not exactly the most reliable person in the world.
No way.
Kind of a history of being a con artist. Will they do that to you? And also, a lot of the legwork done by the PIs was not admissible because they didn't get, you know, the warrants and the court orders to be able to do all this shit, to be able to do the surveillance and the yada yada yada. And
Why?
he never. Hey, you.
Oh,
and well,
I'm an idiot.
And though was that Heather was not exactly the most reliable person in the world. Kind of a history of being a con artist.
Sorry,
Will
I accidentally
do that
bumped
to
the next
you?
video.
And also, a lot of the legwork done by the PIs was not admissible because they didn't get, you know, the warrants and the court orders to be able to do all this shit, to be able to do the surveillance and the yada yada yada. And
Why?
he never changed his story. He said, you know, yeah, they'd gone out for dinner, they'd gone out for drinks, he had dropped her off home, and that was it.
You understand that you're being charged with obstruction of justice and forgery.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Sane.
You've not been charged with murder.
Y'all ain't put that on me, not yet. But it's handled.
Oh, thank you, Steven. Or Stefan? Is it, which one is it? Stefan?
I ain't forged no
Steven?
check.
Stefan?
If you take a handwriting sample, whatever, I ain't forged no checks.
The obstruction of justice charge is a 10-year charge. 10 years.
You know, that's a long time.
That's a long time.
25 years is a long time, 1 year is a long time, 2 years is a long time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to do this.
Obstruction of justice.
Obstruction of justice was when you lie regarding an investigation. It's that simple. It's that simple. Who's telling the truth?
Wait, everything?
Yeah, thank you.
Are you lying?
We'll watch that next time.
Or is Angelica lying?
Lying about what?
Well, Angelica's telling us a story that's
I was
completely
able to whip
opposite
that
of yours.
shirt out pretty fast.
Yeah, I can pull up. Yeah, I pull up sometimes.
So
Yeah,
who's
I
lying?
can find things.
Are you lying or is Angelica lying?
Who's lying?
You tell me.
Both of them are
So
lying.
Angelica's a liar.
Why gotta lie to you?
Angelica's pointing her finger at you, saying that you did it.
Well, whenever you can see however it is.
I'm not saying it. Angelica is.
The story never made sense either. I mean, you could see possibly why Heather would want Kate dead, but why Ethan? He had been her best friend for years. What would he have, you know, against her? Against her by, like, kind of like quite a lot to kill her. A motive for Heather was discovered. Remember how Kate had told a friend about she was
Maybe they
worried
were
about getting in
fucking.
some kind of trouble and that somebody was impersonating her, stealing her identity, and was, opening credit cards in her name? Well, a letter was found from Kate to a friend saying that it was Heather who was impersonating her.
I
and
mean,
that
like,
she had
he
tried
was
to
fucking
get her
Heather, not
parents
Kate.
involved, who were, had a lot of De Niro's, and so they, Heather would be of shit creek.
Right, you'd think it would be the
If this
opposite.
came out. So perhaps
Not
that's
having
why
teeth
Heather
would make him
killed
less
her
of a
to
menace, but
steal
no.
her identity. To do what she'd done to men for years and years and years, only this time she would make it a bit more permanent with Kate. But Ethan, was he involved? I mean, it would seem unlikely he would be unaware of what his girlfriend, who actually became his wife, was doing. Well, the deal Heather
they were
took,
fucking.
she
I'm
was
stupid.
saying he did it all. She would
That's
testify
the
that to
motive.
prevent
Duh.
her from stopping the scam, after the dinner and drinks, he drove Kate over to his
Thanks,
place,
Nico.
tricked her into getting inside a suitcase, stun-gunned her, torturing her, hit her over the head with a wine bottle, and then drowned her in the bathtub before dumping her in the swamp.
Dude,
At
that's
the end of
overkill as
Ethan's
fuck.
trial, the jury were undecided. It resulted in a mistrial. He did get 15 years for the forgery, but would have to stand trial again for what had happened to Kate Waring. As for Heather Camp, her story was all over the place. She changed her story as often as you change your stocks. If you do that a lot, I don't know, who am I to judge?
I do.
So, the plea deal was revoked, and she eventually pleaded guilty to murder and was sentenced to 39 years in prison.
Good. Should
As
be
for
more.
Ethan, rather than go through another murder trial, Ethan took an Alfred plea.
You understand that the court still treats this as a guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
And that your criminal record will reflect it as a guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
He
No,
was
not the
accepting a conviction of voluntary manslaughter. An Alfred plea, was when
God,
you
it's
don't
such a good
admit
South Park
guilt,
episode,
but
though.
you do say, okay, the evidence here. That would not end well for me. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison.
Can't wait for it to warm up. Oh my god.
A lot of people, including the prosecutor, the judge, the family, all believe you were the mastermind of this murder.
I hate her face.
Were you?
No, I was not.
But
No,
today
I
in
was
court,
not.
and I'm going back to what
Bitch,
the prosecutor had to say.
be
The
serious.
prosecutor said that this was,
It was you.
and I'm using her words, this was
It
your
was
kill.
definitely
This was
you.
the Heather Camp show, and that this was Heather Camp's kill.
They couldn't get Ethan because I lied, or else they would have got him for murder, and they most likely would have.
What? No, there just wasn't
place the blame
evidence,
all on
dummy.
me.
Did you tase her? Did you beat her? Did you put her head under the water? I mean, what did you physically do that night?
All I did was turn on the water.
So that wasn't your motivation.
All I did was
Try to
turn on the
protect
water.
yourself from being caught stealing money.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
I mean, did you kill her because you were afraid someone was going to come arrest you for trying to steal Kate Waring's money?
No.
Why did you kill Kate Waring?
Why did we kill Kate Waring?
I mean, you would agree you're a pathological liar.
No, I would not.
But don't you do that?
No, I would not. Of course you wouldn't.
You did throughout this whole trial.
The fuck?
I mean, I lied to help my husband, yes, but sometimes I didn't knowingly lie.
And so was the end of
But
Kate Waring.
sometimes I
Somebody who
didn't
trusted
knowingly
both
lie. That's
her
not
best
how
friend
lying
and
works.
girlfriend, and in turn, they murdered her simply out of greed, because all they got out of
my
murdering
God.
her, other than the motive of
Good night.
killing her before she got her parents involved,
I'll be
they
heading
actually
out
didn't get
soon.
anything. Now that I think about it, because the check, the $4.5 grand check, which is not really a lot for killing somebody. Well, he couldn't actually cash that
Yeah,
when
no,
he
it's
tried
really
to.
not a lot.
All they got was whatever they could pawn. Her jewelry and that kind of shit, which
That's
probably
so...
couldn't have been a lot.
That's the
And
worst fucking
we still
motive.
don't really know what happened. Both Ethan and Heather still point the finger at each other, that the other killed Kate, that they both indeed were stealing from her, but they were each horrified by what the other was doing when they murdered
And one of
Kate.
you would have
But they were
stopped
just
the
too
other.
involved to, stop them from torturing Kate Waring to death before dumping her body in a swamp. But whether we will ever know what they actually did to Kate Waring, well, we don't know. But what we do know is that both, and I'll tell you this for free, are huge sacks of shit. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you being here, watching this little video with me.
True. Okay. All right. Good video. Thank you for keeping us entertained. Well, Bops. Time for me to pay attention to you. Yes. Hello. All right. I don't know what exactly the schedule is gonna be yet. think I'm gonna edit stuff and maybe film a bit tomorrow and the next day. And then Thursday, Friday streaming again. Teddy Chan, and then Fancy will do Japanese. I think that makes sense. You know what? Actually, I'm just gonna make the schedule right now so I can post it. So I don't have to think about it later. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm just gonna do this now because it shouldn't take me very long. Okay, there we are. Okay, we'll just put this down as a craft stream. And then I'll try to do some short clips this week for Fansly. And then cool. Done. Save. Get out of my face. Ugh. What do you mean you failed to save it? You're a whore. What the fuck? Oh my god. There, okay. Okay. Post it. Okay. Now let's see, what photo am I gonna use? Maybe I'll use some like one of the casual ones that I took. Oh really, bubbles. Yeah, we'll just do a butt photo, that works. Butt pic from last week. Cool. Thank you, Stephen. Stefan. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, got a pin. And then it should be working. Cool. I'm gonna post a schedule on Discord. Okay. On Discord now. And then I'll post it on Instagram. Yay. Okay, everything is updated. Okay, fuck yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do some short clips one day. And take some casual photos. So. I'm gonna go. Alright. Thanks for hanging out with me. It was a fun stream. Had a good day. I will see you guys on Teddy Channel. See you Thursday. I will see you Friday on Fansly. And I'll see you tomorrow and the next day with some content. So yeah, okay. Thank you if you donated. Thank you if you subscribed. Thank you if you hung out with me. Thank you if you voted in the polls. Thank you if you helped mod. Thank you if you chatted. And thank you if you liked the video. Thank you if you shared the video. Okay. Thank you if you subscribed. Okay, I got all the things. Alright. Bye.